Les informamos que este evento se transmitirá en vivo.
The event is being broadcasted through the National Electoral Institute INE webpage and social networks. We shall start promptly. Thank you very much.
Estamos a punto de dar inicio, por lo que agradecemos.
We are about to start our event. Those of you who are joining us virtually, please turn your cameras on.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
5, 4, 3, 2.
The National Electoral Institute, INE, welcomes you to the second summit of electoral democracy, electoral authorities before disinformation. To open the event, we thank the participation of the President Council woman of INE, Guadalupe Tadei Zavala, the Secretary for Strengthening Democracy from the Organization of American States, Francisco Guerrero, the head of the Executive Secretary Office of INE, Maria Elena Cornejo Esparza, General Secretary of IDEA International, Kevin Casas Zamora, Executive Director of the Inter-American Institute for Human Rights, Jose Thompson, and the head of the Office for International Affairs of the INE, Marisa Arlén Cabral Porchas. We thank the presence of the different members of the General Executive Council and representatives of civil society, academia, and media joining us today, and thanks to all those of you who are joining us remotely through the INE web page and social network pages. Thank you very much. I give the floor to Mr. Kevin Casas Zamora.
Muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon or good morning in Mexico. I am in Stockholm. Friends, thank you very much for joining us today. I want to thank you for inviting myself and IDEA International to come and address the audience. I want to warmly thank my friends from the National Electoral Institute in Mexico who were wise enough to call to this summit of electoral democracy, especially the President Councilwoman, Ms. Guadalupe Tadei Zavala. I would like to reiterate the support of IDEA to your management for the benefit of Mexican democracy, being Mexico one of our member states. I want to greet all other entities who are participating in this event, the Inter-American Institute of Human Rights, OAS, IFES, and the Venetia Conference, all friends of ours and with whom we collaborate regularly. The topic of this event is essential. Few threats keep us awake as much as the proliferation of disinformation through social media and its impact on elections. Today, I am participating on 3 events on this topic: Australia, Colombia, and Mexico. So you can see how much interest there is on this topic. And this is an acknowledgement that we can no longer think of current policies outside of internet and social media, and now even IA and its algorithms. Social media appear to be a wonderful opportunity for global connection to facilitate spreading knowledge and collective action. However, in this new age, we are facing huge challenges for democracy. Social media can amplify messages in a way never seen before, especially messages that appeal to emotions rather than logical reasoning, and this leads to indignation, and this becomes an arena to potentiate simplistic messages and an appeal to intolerance and others, and it is here to stay due to IA, and this is becoming more dangerous, which is especially true in Latin America, even if only for the penetration of digital technologies in the region. Regional elections are being fought today in the digital sphere, and digital technologies are just contributing to a never-increasing political polarization. One of the worst effects is denying electoral performance. We took for granted that electoral bodies were behaving as they should, even in authoritarian countries such as Nicaragua, but this is no longer the case. In Brazil, fake news and parallel worlds created by algorithms led to the fact that in spite of not having any credible complaints against the 2021 electoral processes, a large percentage of the Brazilians consider that Bolsonaro had been victim of fraud. And that exaltation that was digitally manufactured, a crowd came out trying to take Planalto in January this year. It is therefore time to start thinking together of what to do. How can we possibly defend democracy and electoral processes in such a complex era, in such complex times? First, we have to update, to renew, to reinforce our regulatory frameworks, not just nationally, but regionally and globally. A little blinded, a proliferation has been happening in the United States at OECD and OAS, making efforts to regulate AI to mitigate its impact without putting obstacles to innovation. And this is very difficult to frame. However, with these efforts, the effects of IA on democratic processes and elections specifically have not received the necessary attention. From IDE International, we are trying to pay attention to this side. This is part of our strategy as approved by the member states last year, and we have added a new program of research and action focused on digitalization and democracy. It is focused on the use and abuse of digital technology within the framework of elections. Defending electoral integrity in a digital world is a complex task, but one that can no longer be left aside. But we need the joint effort of electoral bodies, governments, parliaments, media, and digital platforms themselves. Everything that we have to do to work together is really urgent. So I am happy for this summit. I want to thank INE and all the other bodies involved to make it possible for us to be here today. And I wish this conversation will be interesting and also fruitful. Thank you very much. Thank you, Kevin Casas Zamora. Now I give the floor to Francisco Guerrero. Thank you very much and good morning. It is pleasant to come back home. It is very emotional to come back to such a great institute as the National Electoral Institute, INE. I want to begin by greeting my friend Guadalupe Tadei Zavala, President of the General Council, greeting to you wherever you are. And I want to thank Mr. Kevin Casas. Thank you and congratulations for the renewal of your mandate for the next 5 years. Hi, and congratulations. And all the other bodies in this summit, those of us here like Maria Elena Cornejo, Arlen Cabral, and all our friends from the National Electoral Institute. We have only 5 minutes and we are a little over time. And this reminds me of my time at INE, where we had exact times to address the audience. A few days ago, the Paris mayor published a letter saying that she was going to abandon Twitter, now X. It was a letter where she expressed many of her thoughts. She said, this began like an productive exchange exercise that little by little transformed into one of fight and discussion, which from the electoral point of view is beyond measure. Those of us who work to defend democracy cannot abandon social networks. We must continue working with them, and we must continue working for communication for our citizens to improve more and more. If I had to give some words to you, and I will do this tomorrow with more detail, I would say that this information leads me to a medical analogy with cancer. This information is like cancer, a progressive cancer, a cancer that moves forward and threatens with metastasizing in the democratic body. By that, I mean that if truth is always in dispute during electoral processes, as is natural, now try to imagine if the whole debate is based on lies, through fake news, through disinformation. As Kevin was saying, all international organizations are studying social media because the political communication model we used to know at a different time, a model with different times, with a different pace, has collapsed due to the immediacy of social media. Things are published as they are being spoken, they are not verified, and then people get an idea of what's going on that it's not always consistent with the reality we are facing in our democratic life. And rather than discussing the big issues of our democratic agenda, poverty, inequality, development, education, we keep on debating lies, falsities, and disinformation campaigns that are evidently preceded by political intentions. And that's why, from being part of INE, we must say that it is essential for political parties, civil society, business organizations, and every single body participating in the democratic process can open a dialogue to try and build together a new model for political communication that will help us help truth not to be lost in campaigns. When democracy is based on lies and nothing more, results will be negative. But if democracy is based on open, a hard dialogue or based or around truth, then we will be able to move forward and advance. The following days, we will be discussing the different impacts of disinformation in political processes. And I cannot express now the huge risks posed by IA on democracy. The European Union, the Venice Commission, OAS itself, international organizations are beginning to discuss how can we regulate all the different elements of a democratic debate related to IA, and of course with the spread of campaigns through social networks. This is a new stage, a stage where we are breaking up with a former political communication model. It is a new stage, a beginning where we have to coexist with IA, where we have to coexist with social network campaigns, never losing sight of the central objective of democracy, that is, to construct long-lasting governments that work and that are always caring for the needs of the population. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Francisco Guerrero. Now I give the floor to Jose Thompson. Good morning. The Inter-American Institute of Human Rights, the Center for Electoral Promotion and Assistance, it is a pleasure to once again participate in this Summit for Democracy. I want to greet especially the President, Councilor, the different officials who are working to make this event true, and to Paco and Kevin. Greetings. We are very happy with Kevin's re-election. As Secretary General of IDEA Internacional, I would like to highlight the importance of this summit's topic. And I also want to emphasize how pleased I am that the Electoral Democracy Summit is taking place again. It is an opportunity to discuss different topics about democracy and elections, especially in the face of changes in the models of communication and the spread of disinformation, its impact on politics, electoral campaigns, and the competencies of the electoral bodies. The Institute and CAPEL have already held two conferences with Inter-American Organization of Electoral Bodies, another with Ethical Protocol for Central America and the Caribbean. focused on these topics, which is proof of its importance, but also proof of how much concern there is about their effect. But why are we doing this within a global context? Well, because of the international importance of democracy and elections. There's no discussion that anything that happens during the elections will affect the national and regional realities, but also because certain phenomena like those topic of this summit are international and are giving back with one to another. And now being aware of the times we're living is, we must remember that not every time we vote, it's an election, and not all elections will always lead to the development of a democracy. So certain elections that can be affected by disinformation in content and form, and all democratic actions that can become impossible because of an absence of truth, are topics of interest to all of us who have a genuine belief in democracy. From the point of view of the Inter-American Institute of Human Rights, an authentic democracy is created through the exercise of political rights and human rights. And it is loyal and faithful to its identity if it respects the rights and is exercised within a framework where rights are guaranteed. Paraphrasing this phrase that truth will set us free. Yes, truth will set us free. If that is true, what will lie and manipulation do to us? And as my two colleagues already said, this doesn't seem to be going anywhere, but will continue spreading. It will continue growing. And certainly within the electoral field, we should be asking ourselves, where are we? Where can we go? What can we truly do? And we acknowledge the leadership and commitment of the National Electoral Institute in Mexico with their promotion of the international dimension of democracy. Today's summit is one more demonstration of their international leadership. And as many other times, we today want to join you enthusiastically. So I wish this is going to be a great summit. Let's go on. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jose Thompson. And now I give the floor to Guadalupe Tadei Zavala. Good morning, everyone present today. I am really happy to greet Francisco Guerrero, Kevin Casas, and Jose Thompson. Thank you very much for your welcome. And thank you for the commitment you made when you received an invitation to our summit, and how enthusiastically you are participating from the moment you received our invitation. It is an honor to be here and welcome you to this Summit of Electoral Democracy. This has been organized for 13 years as a forum for reflection among different organizations to share our concerns, our experience. It is today a global commitment where all the different bodies working to strengthen electoral democracy can come and express our concerns, but mostly to present proposals so that we can move on positively. Thanks to this, we strengthen each other together. On behalf of the General Council of the Institute, I want to thank all the different people who are here today as speakers, as moderators, as special guests, and the different organizations that were invited. I want to thank you very much for your interest and commitment to this Summit of Electoral Democracy. We must emphasize that each participating institute is a valuable ally of electoral democracy in the world. From the Center for the Electoral Promotion and Assistance to Bail is a special program of the Inter-American Institute of Human Rights with the main objective of providing technical counseling to elections with a cross-cutting focus with the executive secretariat that associates all the Central American and Caribbean with the TICAL Protocol, South America, the Quito Protocol, and the Inter-American Organization of Electoral Institutes, Unione. And they now have taken a position in the electoral dynamics of the continent as participating subject of construction and strengthening of democracy processes. The International Institute for Democracy and Electoral Assistance International is an intergovernmental organization with the purpose of supporting sustainable democratic development through the development of compared knowledge, support of democratic reform processes, and any kind of dissidence with public policies and politicians. Their objective is to strengthen processes and institutions for democracy. The International Foundation for Electoral Systems is an institution very well recognized for the and they work in fundamental issues for democracy, governance, and elections around the world, from planning focused on ensuring electoral integrity and accountability to efforts to ensure sub-represented populations know and exercise their right to participate in political and electoral processes. The Organization of American States is the main political, legal, social forum of the governments in this hemisphere. The fundamental pillars of their activities are democracy, human rights, security, and development. The Venice Commission is a consulting organization of the European Council with independent experts in constitutional law. Their main task is to assist and counsel countries regarding constitutional issues to ensure the functioning of democratic institutions and the protection of human rights. And finally, before acknowledging once again the presence of the people who are attending our event, those of you accompanying us from other parts of the world and this country, Mexico, I want to thank you very much for joining us today. And the National Coordination of International Affairs, thank you very much for your work and the huge effort, always honorable, so that our summit can take place today. Today's topic is no minor topic. This is a very current topic which is invading and impacting, not always in the best way, all the electoral processes worldwide. And facing it with this Summit for Democracy and all the thoughts and words that will be exchanged throughout is an effort that starts as of this moment. On behalf of INE, I want to thank all those of you visiting us from different countries. Please be welcome, and I wish you success. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Councillor, thanks to each one of you for being part of this committee. So we are closing, and we are going to have a break in order to start with our first conference. Thank you, all of you, and we will be back very soon.
Mr. Sanders. We're ready, sir. Well, we will have a 5-minute break. Mr. Sanders. Thanks, sir. We are ready, so
¿Estamos listos? En un minuto empezaremos.
I couldn't quite hear that. Could you repeat?
we're ready. Just 1 minute to start.
Okay, great.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So we are about to get started. That is why this is the countdown in order to get started. Thank you.
Vamos para el conteo. 5, 4, 3, 2. Ready.
Right now, we're getting started with our conference, the social media in elections. That is why we are so grateful for the Frances, and we're giving the floor to Delphine Feldman, Undersecretary of the Venice Commission. Please, Delphine.
Good morning, everybody. I will speak in English, so in case anyone needs interpretation, please get equipped. My Spanish is unfortunately not sufficient for such an exercise. Dear Council President, dear eminent participants, it's a great pleasure for me to be here to moderate this very important session on a crucial topic. It's a great honor to be here in person, and I would like also to greet our colleagues online. And I feel privileged that I am here to represent the Venice Commission today in order also to show the importance of our cooperation with Mexico in these times, also ahead of the elections. I'm not going to repeat what the Venice Commission is all about. I think we all know it, but I just wanted to stress the fact that not only we work with our members and experts in providing legal advice to our member states and beyond, and also to promote these standards, but also we really work all together with all the institutions partners here so as to exchange the best practices. And this is also today the importance of such a gathering, where we know that this crucial topic goes beyond any border, any continent. And it's why I'm really happy to have the pleasure to moderate this important panel. I would like to introduce you to Mr. Nathan Sanders, who is online with us. I think he will also speak in English, so I feel a bit less lonely in that. You have all read I'm sure, the biographies, and I'm told that we should not read them out, so I will try to be synthetic in the way I present Nathan. So Nathan is coming far away from Harvard. He's a scholar at the Berkman Klein Center in Harvard University. He's a data scientist focused on creating open technology to help vulnerable communities and all stakeholders participate in public policies. I think it's very interesting that I will have the pleasure afterwards to introduce you to my second panelist, Federico Franco Alvim, who has a completely different profile because he's a very eminent electoral law specialist, specialist in disinformation. And I'm really feeling honored to moderate such a panel where we have such a diversity of angles in intervention. I'm looking forward to your respective presentation, dear colleagues. As I'm the first one moderating the session, I just wanted to explain a bit the rules of the game. We'll have a first conference by Nathan Sanders, followed by another intervention by our second panel member, Federico Franco. Afterwards, we will get questions from the audience, and our panelists will have the opportunity to respond. All this will last more or less 1.5 hours. So In order not to lose more time, because I'm not here to speak, but to moderate, I would like to give the floor to Nathan Sanders, please. We are looking forward to hearing your presentation.
Thank you so very much, Delphine, and thank you to Federico, and thank you to the INE for having me today. I'm delighted to join your conversation. Can I first just check to make sure that you can hear me okay?
Yes.
Can everyone hear me?
Hear you well.
Excellent, fantastic. I'm going to share some slides today. I think I need to ask if I can have privileges to share my screen. So if someone can turn that on Zoom, I will do that. What I'll speak about today is what it looks like to have democracy in the age of first social media and increasingly democracy in the age of AI. And my perspective on that is informed by my own work at the Berkman Klein Center, which, as Delphine kindly mentioned, involves using open technologies to support vulnerable communities and being increasingly involved in the policymaking process. And I've done that by thinking and applying machine learning technologies in a variety of domains across science, across policy, and across industry. In the last 3 years in particular, my collaborators and I have had a big focus on understanding how AI tools are interacting today or will interact in the near future with democratic processes, including electoral processes. So we've done a lot of research and writing, both qualitative and quantitative, both for academic audiences and for the general public on this issue. And I'll talk about some of these examples in my presentation today. I also have a perspective informed in part by my experience working in industry, applying machine learning to social media data. I spent about 8 years in the media industry at Legendary Entertainment and at the company that's now called Warner Brothers Discovery, using social media data to do analytics to support decision-making and to support targeted marketing efforts. So that informs part of how I think about how social media interacts with our society and also our democratic processes. So I'll give my talk in 3 parts. I'll talk about what I see as the legacy of social media on elections and on democracy as we've experienced it in the past couple of decades. Then I'll talk about the similarities and differences I see between our past with social media and the coming future with AI. And then I'll explore how we might avoid making some of the same mistakes that I think we can all recognize were made with social media, integrating it into our democratic processes so that hopefully we can have better policies with respect to AI. But I'll start with the legacy of social media. And I want to center in that our own societies, our own peers' perceptions. So there's actually great data on what people across countries think the impact of social media has been on elections and on democracy. There's a very large study performed by the Pew Research Center last year. It included 25,000 participants across 19 different countries. And it gives us a good sense of what people think about the intersection of democracy and social media. And I have to say, I found the results of this study quite surprising when I first saw them, because they're actually pretty positive. By almost a 2-to-1 ratio, people say that they believe social media has been a good thing for democracy. I'm not sure if I agree, but I think it's encouraging that there is so much positivity. And people have good reasons for saying this. They cite the fact that social media helps people be more informed about events in their countries and around the world. People say that social media helps them to be more accepting of people from different ethnic groups, from different religions and races. Again, it's not obvious to me if that's true, but I think the fact that there's a positive perception is perhaps a good thing. But of course, people do also recognize the downsides that social media has had on our democracy. They recognize in large margins that it has made our discourse less civil. They recognize that social media has been used to disseminate misinformation, and they recognize in huge numbers that it has caused our electorates to be more divided, to be more polarized. And I think that's very clear-minded. So when I take a step back and I think about the past 2 decades of life in democracy with social media, I see 5 fundamental threats that have emerged, threats that social media inherently poses to our democratic processes. And I just want to speak briefly about each one of these. So we'll start with the threat of virality. Social media, by its nature, it empowers any user to share any idea with any other person around the globe instantaneously and to reach a huge audience. And that's very different from past forms of media prior to social media. And we've seen lots of effects of this. If we go back more than a decade to the Arab Spring, there was a lot of excitement that social media could be used to foment democratic revolutions. It could make societies more democratic. We have the example of a Facebook page created in Egypt that arguably sparked a democratic revolution there and created a lot of excitement around the world. However, as Zeynep Tufekci and David Talbot wrote, over time, the storyline around the Arab Spring changed. What looked like online movements turned into online polarization and factions. What looked like grassroots citizens using social media to spread democracy turned into, in many cases, military-led dictatorships using social media to prop up their own power. And what looked like freedom for individuals to express themselves online, in many cases, turned into oppression. And in fact, the person who many people credit for sparking the revolution in Egypt actually had to flee his own country over time. And since then, we've seen many more examples of how social media can negatively impact democracy. We've seen Facebook being used to spread dangerous propaganda in Myanmar, arguably leading to genocide in that country. We've seen the Turkish government put pressure on Elon Musk and Twitter to control the narrative around their own government and its policies in that country. And we've seen a failure of moderation in both the United States and Brazil lead to dangerous insurrections against the governments in those countries. I'll turn next to anonymity. An inherent property of social media platforms is that they enable almost anyone to create a social media account with very little oversight. It provides an opportunity for anonymous speech. And it turns out that that has been instrumental in enabling an increase in hate speech around the world. Unfortunately, there's very direct evidence that this is a causal relationship. This is a study by Mueller and Schwartz from Germany just a few years ago. They looked municipality by municipality in Germany, and they tried to track where online hate rhetoric was occurring and whether or not there was an increase in actual real-world violence in those same places. And they found, unfortunately, that yes, there is. There's a strong correlation between where and when hate speech happens online and where and when violent acts against, in this case, refugees were happening in the real world. In addition to anonymity prompting hate speech, it can also lead to impersonation, to misrepresentation, to disinformation. We've seen many examples of the Russian government spreading that kind of disinformation around the world, in the US and Latin America and elsewhere, interfering in countries' own sovereign elections, interfering in understanding of international events like the war in Ukraine. And in last year's Brazilian presidential election, we saw widespread reports of a, quote, bombardment of misinformation in the days before the election there, all thanks to social media. The third threat, as I see it, is advertising. Today's social media platforms are built on top of an advertising revenue model that incentivizes outrageous content. It drives polarization and it rewards misinformation. And this is something we've recognized for years now. This is an article Casey Newton writing 6 years ago after the US 2016 presidential election about how Facebook is systematically rewarding polarizing political advertisements and speech. This is not a new problem. But what I think we've come to understand better in recent years is that what drives engagement on social media turns out is specifically animosity driven. So when researchers look at what type of content engenders engagement on social media, they find that it is systematically and by large proportion content that attacks an outgroup, that attacks the other, content that promotes, that supports people within a group, people with shared ideology, just receives much less engagement, much less interest online. That seems to be an inherent property of how we're operating these platforms, at least today, and that's very dangerous for democracies. The fourth threat I want to talk about is privacy. That same advertising model that promotes polarization, promotes outrageous content, also incentivizes companies and rewards companies for violating individual privacy and for manipulating individual behavior. Many of us came to appreciate this more so and more so after the US 2016 presidential election, when Facebook in particular revealed that it had shared fairly sensitive personal information about its users with a vendor to the Trump campaign, Cambridge Analytica, which also worked with many other firms. And this led to, a few years later, a settlement of more than $700 million by the US government against Facebook. So a really very significant event. However, it's had no impact on Facebook's fundamental business model. They and other social media platforms continue to operate on the basis of micro-targeting advertising models, selling their advertising inventory, creating value on the promise that they can help advertisers reach individuals on the basis of their private data. And what's funny about this is that we collectively as a society are sacrificing our privacy, even though it's more and more understood that this method doesn't really work. Micro-targeting is not a highly effective mechanism of persuasion. I think the best evidence for this comes from the industrial sector, where brands are increasingly dropping their social media spend, in some cases to zero, and seeing no ill effects. So famously in the United States, the huge consumer goods brand Procter & Gamble virtually eliminated their social media ad spend and saw effectively no change in their sales. And other large brands like Chase Bank have done the same and seen similar results. This is true in the political space as well. I don't mean in any way to defend the actions of the Russian government and the GRU in its intervention in foreign elections in the US and elsewhere. But the fact is that research into the effects of Russian political propaganda spread on social media during the 2016 presidential election in the US finds that although it may have been widespread and reached many people, it was not effective in changing political attitudes and behaviors. And lastly, I want to come to the threat of corporate control. For more than a decade now, we have had a stable duopoly in the control of the online advertising ecosystem. And that duopoly, that control by two companies, serves to perpetuate the status quo of how social media is used. And that means that the duopoly facilitates all of these other fundamental threats and risks. So to be really specific, I'm talking about the duopoly controlled by Google and Facebook. Together, they own a $300 billion share of the online advertising market, which dwarfs all other competitors, including fast-growing competitors like TikTok and Amazon, which remain nowhere near the size of Google and Meta in their control of this industry. And I think it can't be understated how important this market position is to these corporations and to the world. Now, Facebook is a company that has 90% plus of its revenue coming directly from ad sales. Their entire business is built on and valued on that mechanism. And Facebook has ridden that market position to $1 trillion market capitalization. And for those of us who have been watching with interest as Facebook stock took a nosedive in the last couple of years after their pivot to the metaverse and other things, recognize that their stock has built back up and is now at the position of nearly its all-time high. So Cory Doctorow has written powerfully about how that market monopoly or duopoly affects consumers and affects all of us. He's written about the concept of platform decay, or what he cheekily calls enshittification. The idea is that digital platforms that become monopolies have a structural incentive to serve their users and their clients less well over time. So he gives the example of Google, whose search results built it to $1 trillion valuation, but which have become less and less effective over time as they've been polluted by advertising and search engine optimization and junk. And he draws similar parallels to how Facebook and TikTok and other platforms have changed over time. And make no mistake, this duopoly is not accidental. Of course, every company wants to maximize its revenue, but Facebook and Google have affirmatively worked together to establish this duopoly position. The US and European regulators established that Facebook and Google had a written agreement referred to as Jedi Blue to work together to establish and perpetuate their duopoly. So that's how I see the legacy of social media and its impact on democracy and elections. And now I want to turn to the coming age of AI and what is similar and what is different about this new landscape. Well, I think all 5 of the fundamental threats that affect social media also directly apply to AI, and I want to show you how in each case. Starting with virality, the idea that social media has allowed any person to share their views with any other person around the world instantaneously. Well, AI makes the generation and propagation of that content even faster, even more automated, even easier. So there's been much interest about what effect modern AI technologies that have emerged over the past few months will have in upcoming elections in the United States and elsewhere. We're now starting to see companies provide services based on AI to political candidates and campaigners. We're seeing services that advertise AI-powered fundraising mechanisms to be used in campaigns. We're seeing services that promise an AI campaign manager that will help run your campaign for you. To be frank, I'm not sure how effective any of these services will be today, but in the future, I imagine they'll be better. And I think this clearly indicates that the campaigning and political industry is moving towards these types of technologies. With respect to anonymity, social media platforms have for a long time now facilitated anonymous posting, and that has lowered the barrier to saying provocative and dangerous things, including hate speech. And with AI, that barrier is even lower still, because now you can not only hide behind anonymous accounts, but you can actually ask an AI to generate the content, to say the hateful thing for you. You no longer even need to rely on humans to generate that kind of abuse. And unfortunately, we're seeing chatbots create bot farms being large coordinated networks of computers that for years now in social media have operated under the control of one person, but now can also operate under the control of an AI operated by a person. We're seeing now large bot networks that are AI controlled and ultimately controlled by a person managing the AI spread on real world social media. With respect to advertising, we talked about how advertising revenue models incentivize outrageous content on social media. And it's clear that the tech oligarchs believe that AI is the future of digital advertising. And to see this, you have to look no further than Microsoft. They have, of course, for years been sort of an also-ran player in the online search space, a far distant second to Google, which has controlled and monopolized the search industry and the hundreds of billions of dollars of advertising revenue that come with it. And we've seen Microsoft move very aggressively over the past year to challenge Google's market position by adopting AI, by integrating artificial intelligence capabilities into their Bing search engine in the hopes that they can knock Google off its perch and capture a larger share of the online search market. They're hoping that in the future, all of us will go to a chatbot to ask a question rather than go to Google to ask a question, and that they will recoup the advertising revenue that comes from that. With respect to privacy, we've seen how micro-targeting inherently, structurally allows social media companies to profit from violating individual privacy, and AI-powered platforms are going to face the same perverse market incentives. So in fact, large language models, other modern AI tools are actually built on the back of a privacy violation in a sense. These models are trained on huge corpora of text or image or video data, which is generally scraped from the web without consent, arguably a violation of privacy. And in the future, AI tools are going to be used to further invade privacy. And the way that this is going to happen is not mysterious. It's very much like how a human can infer properties of another person. I can have a 5-minute conversation with you, and I don't necessarily have to ask you anything about your age, your income level, or where you're from. I can learn that. I can infer that from conversation by asking about where you work, about what you did today. And it turns out that chatbots are effective at doing the same thing. If they have a short conversation with the user, they can actually infer, they can accurately predict the personal characteristics of that person, just like a human being could. And lastly, corporate control. So we've seen how a duopoly has emerged that has almost entirely controlled the online advertising market. And the same thing is happening in the AI space as venture capitalists are surging capital to secure the position of big tech oligopolies. So this is happening most dramatically with OpenAI, the company that produced and released the service ChatGPT. In less than a year, ChatGPT has gained 100 million weekly users. And on top of that, 2 million developers, other companies, are also building their products on top of the ChatGPT system. And that's a staggering rate of growth. That's led to OpenAI being an unknown company a year ago to today having a $90 billion valuation, arguably the fastest growing company in the world. And the only competition it has for that title are other AI-associated companies like the chip maker, NVIDIA. There's been, of course, a lot of discussion and interest in the machinations around OpenAI in the last few weeks with their firing and then rehiring their CEO, Sam Altman. I think that story is very important, but not because Sam Altman is such a special individual, but because of what it means for the future of corporate consolidation in this industry. So I think Courtney Radish, writing in The Guardian, had this exactly right. She talked about how this episode shows us that there are just a handful of gatekeeper firms, led perhaps by Microsoft, which was central to so much of the Altman saga. These companies have essentially a monopoly on the computing power, the resources that are needed to train and deploy AI models. And that monopoly position gives them the ability to dictate terms and fees and to protect against challengers for the future of this industry. So I think all of those threats are similar between social media and AI, but I promise it's not all bad. There are also differences between the capabilities AI provides and what social media does, and some of them I think could be quite beneficial for society. And for me, it really centers around the fact that AI enables individual communication. It enables personalization in a way that social media actually never could. And that has both positive and negative consequences. So my colleague at Harvard, Bruce Schneier, and I started writing about this and thinking about this about 8 months ago. We wrote about how AI will change the nature of campaigns. We talked about how it's best. It can be a tool that increases the accessibility of the political system. It creates more engagement between politicians and their electorates, and that could actually ease polarization. And we talked about how, at worst, it could propagate misinformation. It can increase the risk of voter manipulation. And to me, the reason why AI can be so important for campaigns is because it essentially offers the politician a printing press for time. The types of activities that had in the past required armies of volunteers and staff that are very difficult and expensive to assemble now can be automated almost instantaneously with AI. So think about it. If you're a campaign manager, would you rather spend a marginal dollar buying a television ad that perhaps no one will see because the TV will be off, or maybe your voter will be in the next room folding laundry while that ad plays on TV? Or would you rather use an AI chatbot to exchange essay-length thoughts and have conversation with the candidate between an avatar representing the candidate and a voter on the issues that are most important to them, that they care most about? So of course, not everybody is going to engage in that kind of a direct dialogue with an AI representing a campaign. But for those who do, that's a powerful experience. We know from political science research that the most effective, most persuasive interactions between campaigns and voters are not an ad on TV, are not a politician giving a speech, but it's individual contact between a politician and a voter, or a volunteer, a campaign staff person representing that politician who can sit down and have a dialogue with the voter. And AI enables that at scale. It allows for candidates to have a whistle-stop tour with an appearance in every living room of every voter. So I think that has true potential benefits for society if we manage this transition to an AI-assisted democracy well. It will allow people to think through and refine and discover their own political ideologies, and to ask questions and get personalized answers that help them learn and form their own opinions. It gives us the potential to individually tailor political messaging so that we're all not subject to the lowest common denominator, to a single ad that's meant to appeal to the entire populace, but instead can access the information that's most relevant to us. And it can potentially reduce the cost of operating campaigns and doing fundraising and solicitation, which for many democracies is a large and growing expenditure today. But I think there are, of course, lots of drawbacks to the advent of AI in campaigns. I promise I'll talk more about disinformation. I'll talk more about deepfakes later, but I actually don't see those as the biggest risks. I see the biggest risks as demagoguery. Today, we have an issue, we have a problem with human candidates, that they may say one thing to me and something else to another person. And broadcast media actually kind of tempers that, because it exposes statements by candidates to the whole voting electorate. But AI has the potential to flip that script again. AI allows candidates to communicate individually with voters and increases the risk that they may say one thing to one person and another to someone else, that they may inconsistently represent their views to appeal to each individual voter. So we can anticipate these types of applications of AI in elections, but are we actually seeing them? I think we're just at the cusp of seeing that happen. In the onset of the US presidential election to take place next year, we have a Republican primary campaign where at least 2 candidates have rolled out AI avatars, chatbots that represent their campaign, Francis Suarez and Asa Hutchinson. These aren't necessarily very effective tools. They haven't necessarily used them to great acclaim. But the fact that candidates are starting to actively use these types of technologies, I think, shows us where the industry is going next. We have a history that we've been able to observe with social media that shows that politicians will increasingly adopt the same technologies that their voters, that their constituents use. This is a study from Brazil from just last year that is looking at the adoption of social media technology by candidates across different municipalities in Brazil. And what they found is that as municipalities, as constituents get more access to 3G technology, access to social media, their politicians start using those channels for communication more and more. And I think the same will be true of AI. There are impacts of AI on democracy that go beyond electoral politics. And some of them, again, I think could be quite beneficial. My colleague Rose Hendricks and I have written about how AI could reshape climate communication and science communication generally. Having AI chatbots that can help voters access scientific information and data about important policy relevant topics like climate change can help them answer questions at a level that they're able to converse in and understand, can be very, very valuable if it's handled well. And we've also written about how AI tools can be used to make government more efficient and more responsive. So today, many legislatures, many agencies are actually overburdened by public communication. They actually get more testimony, more public comment than they're able to respond to. And that has the perverse impact that when each additional person wants to have their voice heard, everybody else's voice is drowned out because there's simply not the capacity to understand and respond to all that speech. AI tools can potentially help with that. They are very effective at synthesizing large corpora of data and helping find consensus and points of disagreement across diverse groups. And we've written about and shown demonstrations of how AI can be used in that capacity in public comment processes. I think AI can also be part of the solution to some of the problems that face social media, such as content moderation for hate speech and other deleterious online speech. There is a long history of using machine learning tools to try and automate content moderation on social media. And I think that's very important because in the absence of those tools, we have to rely on human beings who are subjected to the worst things that humanity says online. And that's not healthy for them or for the rest of us who they're hopefully helping to avoid that speech. So I think this is a clear use case where it can be very valuable to apply artificial intelligence to automate that task. And of course, AI carries with it the same risks of bias, the same risks of applying censorship that humans also do. But I think it's an unalloyed good thing that it can make the kind of content moderation faster, more scalable, and potentially higher quality. Okay, so I'll wrap up shortly here. I just want to talk about what are the mistakes in retrospect that we all collectively made in managing the transition of democracies to social media and how we can avoid the same mistakes with AI. I think the first mistake we made with social media is to think that freedom of expression was the controlling interest, the most important or the only important thing. And that devalued the potential for harm that arises from hate speech online and from polarization and misinformation. I think it was a mistake that we undervalued privacy. We failed to moderate the perverse incentives that give social media companies systematic reasons to exploit consumer data. And we enabled corporate profiteering. We let robber barons capture trillions of dollars of market value through monopolistic practices without checking them. And lastly, with social media, we've effectively seeded the internet as a public space. We've allowed it to be a primarily private space where private actors such as Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk have all the power of what is said and not said. By building the internet on a techno-libertarian model, where government has little say in what happens, we've empowered corporations and we've demoted the public benefit. So what are the mistakes that we're making today with AI? Well, I see two big ones. The first mistake I see happening today is that there's such a large focus on the technology that we're missing sight of the applications of that technology. And the truth is that much like with social media, in AI, believe it or not, the tech doesn't really matter that much. You know, the reason Facebook is the largest user-based social platform in the world is not because it's the best technology platform. It's not because it has the best features and capabilities. And the same is true in AI. You know, OpenAI's ChatGPT product has become dominant in many spaces, but there are actually dozens of comparable services with similar quality offered by other vendors, and they all have low cost, high convenience, and unlimited scale. Large language models in AI are quickly becoming commodified. But even in a commodity market, there can be a monopolist. Tech executives look to the power of the network effect. They look to network effects like growing social media user bases as protecting a market position. The reason everyone uses Facebook is that everyone uses Facebook. It has such a large install base that it's hard for it to be displaced, regardless of whether the product is good or bad. And I think the best illustration of this is actually what's happened with Twitter over the past year. In my own opinion, since Elon Musk acquired the platform a year ago, it has been run into the ground in a spectacular fashion. It's been very visibly degraded as a product, and yet it still gets 10 million new downloads every month. And that's because it has a large installed user base and it's hard for people to leave the platform. And the same thing can happen with AI. Players like OpenAI that are building a dominant position today will benefit from that and can maintain that position if there's not some intervention. So when it comes to managing electoral risks, I think the key is to focus on regulating activities and not technologies. We need to recognize that threats are threats, whether they're executed by humans, AI assisted or not. To me, a great example of this was raised by the US Federal Election Commission just the past few weeks. The US FEC has an existing statutory authority to regulate misinformation, specifically fraudulent misrepresentation. So if I, a human, am a political candidate, I'm not allowed to say that I'm speaking on behalf of my opponent and to impersonate my opponent. And that's been true in the US for a long time. The question the FEC raised recently is it okay for an AI to be used to fraudulently misrepresent someone? Can I make a deepfake, an AI misrepresentation of my opponent? And is that legal? Basically, if you use the AI to break the rules for you, are you still breaking the rules? And for myself and so many others in the space, the answer is obvious. Of course, of course that's still breaking the rules. We need to apply our electoral law unambiguously to electoral activities, whether they're AI assisted or not. And we need to clearly assign responsibility to the humans that are controlling those AI systems. So I think ultimately the greatest risks posed by AI are not really new. They're not really different from the kinds of risks posed by human threat actors for decades and decades. But there is a greater risk that arises from scale. The fact that AI allows so many more people in so many more places to engage in those types of activities at the same time. So I think what that means for our electoral systems and for democracy is that we need to focus on existing threats that in many cases we know how to manage, but we need to prepare for those threats to be executed at a much larger scale. I think the second big mistake that we're all making about AI is getting distracted by the science fiction aspects of it. So this kind of happened with social media too, if we think back to the Arab Spring and all the excitement around the potential to foment revolution that came from Tahrir Square and other places. I think there was a collective belief a decade ago that social media and online speech could fix everything about democracy, and of course it couldn't. And quickly after that, we all came to believe that online speech could make everything worse. And we went from a techno-utopian view to a techno-dystopian view. But neither of those are really true. Of course, the truth is somewhere in between. We need to grapple with the reality of the current and urgent risks presented by both social media and AI, and not get distracted by the science fiction at the extremes. So with respect to AI, I see that same pattern happening again. My colleague Bruce Schneier have written about the three factions that are emerging in the political debate over AI. We talk about the doomsayers. So these are the people who are very concerned about AI safety and the idea that artificial intelligence systems could take over the world. They could kill everybody. They could turn all of us into paper clips. And I think that is not the most urgent and severe risk that AI poses to us. We talk about a second faction, the warriors, who believe that AI is the solution to many of our political and international problems. So in the US context, these are a lot of the same folks who are saying we need to win the AI race to defend ourselves against China. And they have sort of a utopian view that if we can just accelerate AI technology fast enough, we can win out and have the best possible future. And of course, I think neither of those extremes are the truth. We talk about a third faction that I very much sympathize with, which are the reformers. These are people concerned about the ethics of AI, who are pointing out existing inequities, things such as AI systems that are used today to perpetuate racist policing policies through facial recognition applications. These are the types of use cases that we need to monitor and regulate and think about urgently. I did want to come back to the topic of deep fakes and the potential for misinformation. AI tools do help to create even more convincing impersonations and misrepresentations than the tools of the past, but I really don't think they do so in a way that's different in kind. We've always had abilities to manipulate photographs and video since the beginning of those media. I think Daniel Immerwahr, who wrote about this issue in the New Yorker a couple of weeks ago, got it exactly right. He called out that really the technologies to do deepfake video have existed for years with AI and for longer before that with older technologies. And the fact is that they haven't completely upended electoral processes. There are some examples of concerning use cases, but nothing really catastrophic. So he decides, and I agree with him here, that the biggest effect of deepfakes is not that they convince someone of something that's not true, but instead that they reveal a truth that we all want to believe. So I think this is very much analogous to things like political cartoons. In the US for years, political cartoonists would draw President George W. Bush as a monkey. And nobody believed that George W. Bush was a monkey. And many people who see AI deepfakes of politicians saying outrageous things will not believe that the politician really said those things. But many of them will choose to share it and will laugh at it and will think about it anyway, because it aligns to a view that they already had of that candidate or their party. And that's the effect that deepfakes are likely to have, at least in the near term, on politics, that they're yet another medium to spread and promote memes and to shape public opinion, even if people don't take them literally and at face value. So I'll conclude with just a few ideas that I think are very compelling about how we can wrestle with the electoral impacts of AI specifically. I think we need stronger data privacy legislation that limits how voter data can be used in campaigns, whether it's applied using AI techniques or not. I think we need disclosure requirements around AI, and I'm actually less concerned about disclosing AI manipulation of images and videos. I think we're all going to use AI techniques to make ourselves look better and to manipulate images in sometimes innocuous way for a long time. But I think interactive uses of AI have to be disclosed. If I'm having a text message conversation with a campaign and I believe that I'm talking to a fellow citizen in my district who's really passionate about the candidate, but it turns out that it's actually an AI, I think that's a big, important issue and that needs to be disclosed. I think we need platforms that allow us to share the statements that candidates are making via interactive AI tools. We already have systems like this. A website, ShareGPT, has already engaged 400,000 people to voluntarily share transcripts of what an AI chatbot has said with them. And I think that will become very important as these chatbots are used in electoral contexts. We need a way to hold candidates accountable for what their representatives say, whether the representative is themselves or their staff or an AI. And of course, we need to invest in educating voters about when and how to trust AI tools, just as we've had to do the same thing for social media. And there's clearly much more work to be done, both for education about use of social media and AI. And lastly, and this point is very important, but I'll just spend a short moment on it. I think we need to develop public AI models trained and deployed by governments that could serve as a counterbalance to corporate control of AI. I think if we want to avoid the same perverse market incentives that have afflicted social media's impact on democracy, we need to make AI more of a public space than we did with social media. So I'll conclude there and thank you all very much for including me in the conversation today. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, dear Nathan, for this first speech. And I think that it was just a perfect choice to have you at the very beginning of this event, because you have made a fabulous introduction to most of the panels. In fact, as we also, talking about social media cannot be seen independently from AI, and this is clear from the perspective of elections, of course. So if I take out of your presentation, it's difficult, I must say, because it was so rich that I don't want to be restrictive, but I will take what is most of interest for me, probably, and I would say that you perfectly illustrated the way AI and social media in particular have allowed for this opening of democracy through direct participation, direct access, direct information, direct exchange, which is a fabulous opportunity, and at the same time this huge risk for abuse, which you very pedagogically showed through 5 main risks. And I, if I may, I would just like to refer also to the different experiences between continents, because if we look at the Americas on the one hand and Europe, from where I come from, although the Venice Commission goes much beyond Europe, you see that the issue of the balance between regulation of those social media and artificial intelligence with the fundamental rights, such as the protection of personal data and most and foremost freedom of expression, is hard to make, and I'm not sure if it's politically correct to say that somehow in Europe there has been a tendency probably to try and promote more freedom of expression with the limits it has also, and the whole challenge is for that. I would say that probably one of the aspects, and I'm sure that it will be part of our next speaker's comments, the issue of the remedies, how to handle that in the context of AI, of social media, where everything goes so fast, as you showed it, as you mentioned, the variety, the simultaneity, the fact that everything goes very fast. How can you then get an independent body looking into the remedies possible? So I just wanted to mention that. I'm stopping here. I found also very interesting the fact that you put AI as part of the solution to be made. That's, I think, important also, not to have a devil eye towards AI, but try and see how we can find the best way to make this compliant with the standards. This leads me to introducing our next speaker, Federico Franco. I'm delighted to have you nearby me. You are an eminent lawyer. You're a very strong specialist on electoral law. You serve as a special advisor to the Brazilian Supreme Federal Court on disinformation-related matters in particular, and you have also advised the Superior Electoral Court's office on combating disinformation. So I'm really happy to have you in this panel. It's at the core of what we are looking into. The floor is yours for your conference. Thank you very much.
Buenos días a todos y todas.
Good morning. Let me begin with 3 messages. As Nathan explained, AI to us, social media is an ambivalent phenomenon. It has positive aspects, not only negative ones. But today I am here to talk about its defects rather than virtues. Second, notice this is a safe space. Electoral authorities, electoral officials present here today, rest assured and feel free to cry if you wish. And 3, to talk about the new challenges to electoral integrity, it is most important to defend electoral integrity, knowing that it is essential today, and yet it is not enough. When we had normal elections, defending integrity was most important, but for some years now, we've been having completely dystopic elections. And when you're facing dystopic elections, defending normality of elections is as important as defending the integrity, and that is what I'm going to talk about today. I think this control is not working. Okay, it's working now. Another important message. We are talking about social media today, but we must understand that they are not acting in isolation in the new information market. Therefore, we must pay attention to other elements. For example, those elements that, along with social networks or social media or collaborative platforms for information creation like Wikipedia and others, communities of content production like YouTube, virtual worlds, the multiverse, and online gaming that create a subculture of political violence. It is therefore not something unimportant that we should not pay attention to. And also instant messaging presents huge challenges to the protection of elections. Integrity, unfiltered sites and search engines like Bing and Google and artificial intelligence, and everything I'm going to talk about can be applied within a context wider than social media. How did we get to this point? We have to start first by talking about history, and we can divide the history of elections in 4 stages. The first one, pre-modern, when elections became universal and began taking place all over the world. At that time, the background was very special. This was the end of the 19th century, beginning of the 20th century, no mass media, no radio or TV, and therefore the information market was small, made up mostly by the newspapers, but even newspapers, the few newspapers addressed an illiterate audience. So information reached few people at that time. Universal voting was not a reality yet in many constituencies. Some constituencies had formal universal rights to vote, but not effective because women did not get the vote until 1972. But there was also, because of the lack of mass media, face-to-face communication predominated, and of course there are filters. There is it can be aggressive. I use anonymity, and if anonymity is not systemic, then we clearly had some barriers. But what were the consequences? The consequences were very demarcated sources of information. Information moved around in printed materials. There were some incentives to responsibility. The information market was very constricted with few possibilities for information. It moved slowly, giving people time to process, to criticize, to internalize information. But the most important thing were two consequences. The first consequences was that dialogue conflicts were circumstantial. We did not have a permanent war among people, and at that time, information faced huge obstacles and structural limitations. But in the same way, lies did not have so many opportunities to just fly around. Then the modern era, 1930s, 1940s, with the arrival of radio and TV. This was a first huge change in the background, giving us now a possibility to communicate with everyone, making it possible for one person, for a candidate to speak, to address the whole nation at a time. But in this context, communications was one for all, under controlled conditions, with filters that were used by the media. And at that time, they did not allow radical, extremist, conspiratory messages to be spread. And two, we, in general, around the world, it was we had a good level of prosperity and economic development with a low degree of social dissatisfaction. We already had universal voting rights, and when women became part of the voters, we had a very important structural change. To win presidential elections, to win national elections, it was important to appeal to a very high number of popular support. As a consequence, well, first, it has to do with the medium voter theory. Most of the population, it does not belong to the extremes. Most of them are moderate. And in this scenario, it becomes strategically important to moderate the discourse. Radical discourse is inefficient in appealing radicals of a certain spectrum, but you other have the people on the other end of the spectrum, and it is easier to appeal to people who are closer to the middle of the ideological spectrum. Now we have more sources of information, but it was still a limited number because it was radio, TV, and there are certain limits to this natural spectrum. There was a higher volume of information, but it was still manageable. And also, filtered information predominated, since if information wanted visibility, it had to be in the media, and there were editorial criteria, and therefore those that were absurd did not gain much visibility. As a consequence, at the time, extremism was a risky activity with high political costs because most of the population did not belong to these sides of the spectrum. Radical ideas and conspiracy theories stayed outside of the mainstream. They were not publicly discussed with no interruption as it happens today. Lie was subject to other structural limitations because now we had support, there was mediation, and lying was a risky activity. It was the stage before the post-truth, where people valued truth, and candidates who were caught in lies would receive consequences with a high cost and losing support from voters. This leads to the postmodern age in the 21st century, with internet and the possibility for digital communication. Now, elections are orbiting more and more around technological devices. And we have something which is very serious, and it has to be with the debacle of media monopoly and an end of screening. Now, communication, rather from being communication one from to all the people going through filters and moderation, is no longer true. Now it goes out to everyone with no screening, no moderation. We are all in for opinion creators. We can fly our ideas or ideas from other people with whom we agree, and therefore there is an inflation of information and economic. We also have an economic crisis affecting the largest newspaper and communication media. There's also, especially since 2018, we have a scenario very marked by economic crisis, by the breakdown of social and economic growth expectations, and we are gaining the power to speak to everyone. And at that same time, we are feeling an indignation and anger that we had never felt before when we see the democracy's unfulfilled promises. We also have another issue related to the crisis, especially the crisis with the mass media. And therefore, the media has to start making adjustments to attain their financial goals through advertising, because they are falling, and we are now seeing that a new kind of journalism is beginning to develop, which is a clickbait or bomb journalism. And therefore, today's information market is chaotic. Information is spread at a very high speed. Our informational market is inflated with a few authors like infodemia, which is a amount of information that is truly unmanageable. We have also a temperamental information market. The need to receive attention is now sitting privileged to information that has the potential to manipulate our negative emotions, and our informational market is poor informational market, poor in the sense that with the internet, we are seeing quantitative growth in information, but not proportionally accompanied by a qualitative growth in information, which leads to a lot of garbage around.
As a consequence, today we consume a type of information diet, and we do not have time to read newspapers every day from cover to cover. So we are increasingly depending on ultra simple information Therefore, we lose our capacity of observing the nuances or understanding the complex political phenomena. And we are creating a self-perception to an emotional negative communication. And in addition of that, we have a tolerance level increase of fakes, because in a conflictive scenario is based on people being hostile with certain inter-ideologies. What we're interested in is in those statements affecting our ideas, and we're falling in this post-truth scenario that it is just a fiction one, co-creating those lies that come to us. If this is helping us, if this is making us feeling okay, it's okay, and therefore the social value is increasing. We also have a system of responsibilities that is subject to certain anonymity from those who are part of illegal facts in the illegal environment that are found out in order to affect this responsibility side. Likewise, in this new scenario, we have a very radical change in the ecosystem formation in media. This is media going 30, 40 years back. It was working with the professional criteria, editorial criteria, etc. But with the digital possibilities arrival, now we have a new media that work in a very harmful work that is not a professional type of work. This is to say, we have radical journalists that are kicked out from the traditional press, and then they work as freelance journalists, abusing the social media, and we have the new press or reframe press. Like these conspiratory theories are not the proper ones of the public facts, and they go to the media mainstream. And also we have the alternate press, and they take everything to make use of it, like internet, in order to have a report or a documentary. And I believe that as the consequence of this situation, first we have a pandemic full of fakes, and we have an endemic hostility, and the topic elections as a result of working on the conspiration side. Everything was really wrong, but I firmly believe that we are very close of this paradigm break. Maybe next year or in the next cycle to come, we will have the first elections, the humanized elections. And I am talking about this in two senses. First of all, because of the primacy of the synthetic going against the organic. Secondly, due to the progressive loss of this sensibilization of being in touch among external groups. Therefore, we are having elections that will show new challenges and new problems to electoral authorities. The deep fakes are already there. These are all very realistic deep fakes supported by artificial intelligence, but also we have static deep fakes for good or for bad. And according to the empirical research, we know that the image has an important role in the formation of the electoral behavior. Therefore, we have all these static deep fakes. And this speech synthetic side as well, and rumors and the smoke curtains, everything. It is developed in seconds, supported by the artificial intelligence. We have the fact toys production because one situation like this is more convincing because it is supported in a fact, in an image, in a video. Therefore, we have the production of supporting materials for these fake images. And right now we are working on an industrial production of sophisticated media and misinformation, disinformation supported by us because this is transcending certain limits. And with the memes inflation in the fake news in the media, we have elections where the informational phase is increasingly substituted by a simple communication based on the bad side. So we have some disinformation attacks based on sentimental analysis, even talking about the invasion, data invasion. This is the Zoom bombing. And we also have the fake news that support, that actually are including the supporting facts to support campaigns as well. We were used to work with electoral campaigns complying the social functions as minimum. So this should work in order to render information to voters, to the historical side, proposals, and everything that is relevant for us to judge those alternatives. But also, they should give the opportunity to have this trust, communication full of trust, because we believe in a democracy where the imperative mandate is the one that we take to trust this. This is men and women that we can trust in order to do what we need to do. And we also have the possibility to render the control of representation. This is to say, when we have the truth of the facts, so due to campaigns, we have the possibility to judge those for what they did. And even we were able to get rid of to those who didn't show to be competent or whatever. But when we cannot trust any information anymore, the social functions of companies remain in a second place. But in a regulatory analysis, like electoral campaigns, should be made in a pragmatic analysis according to the candidate's position in order to have a specific objective. And this objective is only the power acquisition depending on the specific mechanism. And this happens the same in those campaigns. And for me to win, I need that all my enemies go down. So candidates know that the vote has an important role. What we do as voters, we compare elections versus elections, and we're going to measure negative and positive regards or aspects. But candidates know that the negative propaganda is 5 times folded, bigger than the positive one. We know that institutions, mainly the electoral bodies, go against this. So laws are not broken. Therefore, this is the main role of the campaign. Some years ago, we had this, that the negative propaganda was also led to our adversaries. And now we have these informed campaigns, and judges and democratic institutions are in charge of this. And it is also known that people are exhausted, are tired of politics. Therefore, anti-policy play an important role here. And campaigns should promote public debates, healthy debates, but in today's reality, what we see is that they qualify the adversaries. They also spread out the negative side of people, scandals. And with it, candidates are putting elections outside the normal regulation, because now elections are in a conflict, in a permanent conflict path. Just not so long ago, the fakes and lies played an important role, and they were part of the information war in a mismanagement of all this as well. And the idea is to convince people purely. I convince them that I am the best choice they can have. Therefore, my enemies are not good enough, and that's enough for them to know. So we are living in a cognitive type of war. In a new scenario of cognitive war, it is not enough for me to convince people. It is necessary for me to have to each voter as an arm, as a weapon, in order to protect imaginary values against institutions and against other groups. What it is all about today is to make people move. It is not only enough for me to convince a voter. So I need this voter to stop his life in order to affect others, and that's the way it goes. With the artificial intelligence, today's elections is like if we were living in this planet of apes, and instead of rocks, they have keyboards. So the challenge of the electoral bodies is to protect the free and conscious vote, to have equality in opportunities in the electoral campaigns, and to protect the normal regularity of the campaigns. And social media, what they do, they are causing the new electoral pathologies to emerge, and they can emerge from different digital areas. With blogs, for example, they have very low cost, so I can work in my journalism work with no filters, so I will be able to spread information out, and for the truthful press to work took 200 years for this to happen. So I can have the factoids situations where I can have blogs associated to validate somebody else's lies for people to convince, to take time in order to have this assessment. We also have the former Twitter or X now, and we can have this fake work on popularity. We can do it with a candidate who can have plenty of synthetic followers. Those accounts are guides. They are robots, and automatically they say that he will get 5,000 views, 5,000 likes. So this is going to have an impact due to certain behavior coming from people who believe in this. And due to this anonymity, we can do this. However, we can have the fact verification, and the extended press is working, and we can use all these, like we can make use of platforms And we have information of these harmful contents, people making much money with this type of hate speech, or radical speech, with misinformed speech. And we also have problems with very massive problems when identifying responsibility. We'll have problems, and even in the circulation of fake news, like from end to end. And in this environment, the misinformation engineering in the web, there are plenty of human resources, technological resources, certain tactics that are used in order to distract people, and tactics used in order to shield those who are really responsible. And these threats, well, I am about to finish. I can talk about that the social media, therefore, include threats to high constitutional values. And I can say that in the elections plan, we have 3 types of misinformation. First of all, the one we call the anti-participative misinformation. It is the one that the victim is the citizens' participation, because they spread out incorrect or fake information, the information that was delayed, and now documents are more demanding, or that in other location will take place. The idea is to damage the right of vote of people. Also, a new threat is to candidates, because one person can vote thinking that there is a candidate and only one vote is required for that. We have incorrect information about procedures in Brazil, for example. There are groups who say that if they don't vote, or if they knew their vote, authorities are obliged to carry out or to have another election, but that is not true. So this is the misinformation. So the idea is that we have the misinformation from different candidates, candidate against candidate. And this misinformation has a negative result, affecting the conscious and free vote, because it is contaminating the market of ideas. And if we had a road or a path to the truth, would be a road full of rocks. The idea is to reach the proper information. Secondly, is that we have to choose. This is to say, automatically, I am less free in order to choose a candidate. Therefore, because of fake news, this candidate is somebody who is a problematic person with terrible facts in her past. And it is obvious that if I have access to the wrong information, I can, and if I have wrong ideas, automatically I can also have good decisions. And also I must be aware of the dynamic of the process of the election process, because individual election process is substituted by the negative party, because maybe this is a person representing a party that I really hate so much. And there are some tricks, and there are legitimate advantages. The fake narratives, they are, this is making a difference, because we can say that the moon is made of cheese, but that is not true. So therefore, we need astronomy and geology treaty. The idea is for the candidates to get rid of those fake campaigns. And of course, the misinformed campaigns with the use of the fire hosing, like a fire hose, a regular fire hose. So candidates who suffered from misinformation, they stop, they paralyze their campaigns, but they make use of their resources in order to tell the truth. and they use their resources to have propositive campaigns. And the anti-system information that violate most of the electoral registry. So they have these games of the conflict in the voters registry. In these games immersed in an everlasting problematic situation, and they have a divergent thinking. And we must start working from the idea that this is natural and there are people who think different from us. So we have elections because we have pluralist states. If there was a moral monopoly of representation, we wouldn't need elections. It would be enough to give mandates to a political political group. With this, we have an important increase in political violence. And also, I can say that the anti-system information is putting into danger the social acceptance of the electoral results. And this is feeding more conspirations. So first, we have an election where a candidate who loses, he just wears his jacket and he leaves. But what we do is that we have this electoral denial where people are in the position of conditioning the results in order to find out if the elections are positive, has positive results. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, dear Federico Franco Alvin, for this very comprehensive presentation. I don't have time to summarize, and it would be very restrictive, but I think that the keywords are still, for me, which I take, is really the question of electoral integrity in this change situation. I was quite amazed, having forgotten what used to be campaigns years ago, when we now look at the present. It's always good to remember what we come from and to better understand why our rules, common rules, might not be totally up to date when we see the situation where we stand now. And I must say I was particularly caught by the fact that you mentioned this level of resilience to fight that has increased so much, and that we tend not to realize. I would like to thank all colleagues in the room for having given questions. We have 15 minutes, and I have many questions. So I was thinking that the best way, because they're quite convergent, I would say, the best way might be that I would summarize the questions and then give simultaneously the floor to our two panelists so that they can respond, rather than doing two rounds, because I'm afraid otherwise we'll not make it, and our organizers will tell me that I did not follow the rules. One of the big issues that we are all interested in is the question of regulation, I think. And here I see several questions about where does, sorry, I'm translating from Spanish, which is complicated for me. Where does moderation stops and where censorship starts? In other terms, how do we know where the limit between free speech and the beginning of censorship? So is there an example of good practices in which countries have managed this regulation and in the use of the artificial intelligence? So this is one of the questions, which is very much linked to another one, which relates to the credibility of having this recommendation to have rules, social rules regulating social media? Is it realistic? Is it credible? And this is linked to a provocative question, I think. Should Elon Musk change X policies against fake news? So this is linked, I think, to the more global question that I mentioned. So I think that this is one, I would say. And then we have an interesting question related to, and you both came to that question somehow. How can electoral authorities really know who is responsible? And I think that Nathan was mentioning the responsibility of people behind the AI. So who is responsible of AI campaign advertising? So this is the other set of questions. And the one about, is a fake news more effective using images or AI or a post? Voilà. So I think I would like our two panelists to look into these questions. I think you have 6 minutes each, if my timekeeper, more or less, yes. And then I will not say anything. So should we start with Nathan? And please, Nathan, don't hesitate also to comment of anything that Federico said, if you would like to. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much for the opportunity to engage. I was struck by your talk, Federico, and I think there's so much to comment on, but in a short time, I'll just mention a couple things. One, I really appreciated your emphasizing the role of media filters. I think you're exactly right to draw that historical narrative of how media evolving from broadcast media through social media has changed the filtration of what content reaches people and the important role that that has in how our politics has evolved over that same period. I was also really struck by your comment that people are exhausted by negative politics. I know that I am exhausted by negative politics. So your suggestion of that made me hopeful that maybe there is an opportunity to capitalize on people's exhaustion to redirect our political discourse in a way that's more constructive. And I wonder if technology can have some positive role in doing that. With respect to the questions that are asked, maybe first I will turn to the question of how electoral bodies can hold the people behind AI responsible. I think that connects very well to the case that I made for regulating activities and not entities. It shouldn't matter, in my view, in many cases, whether a negative action, a violation of the rules was made with AI assistance or not. In either case, we need to hold the person responsible for that violation. I think that principle is exactly right, but I certainly acknowledge that it is not by any means easy to hold people responsible and to attribute an action that's observed to the person that was causally responsible for it. And what I would want to call out is that that was always true. That was true before AI, and it'll be true after AI. You know, if you look at the history of US politics, there are unfortunately so many bombastic, huge examples of the difficulty in holding people accountable for violations of political rules, even without intervention of AI. You know, the story of the fall of the Nixon administration, the Nixon presidential administration in the 1960s, is one of desperately trying to hold power to account in the face of growing evidence of misdeeds. But even then, because of our system of rules, because of the difficulty in attribution, because of the political and legal processes that we need to go through to establish the truth of what happened, it's very hard to hold people to account. The story of so much of our country's experience of the Trump administration, I think, mirrors that in many ways, seeing in some cases what appear to be blatant violation of rules, but having difficulty holding the responsible parties to account. I think in this, as in so many other the cases that we've talked about, the difference AI makes is not a difference in kind. Holding the people behind the AI accountable, I don't think looks that much different than holding the functionaries in the Nixon administration and the President Nixon himself accountable for the misdeeds that were done. But what I think makes attribution harder in that case is the potential for scale, the potential for a million different artificial intelligence AI agents to be taking an action instead of one staff person. Makes it harder to track and monitor and to tie back the actions of those many agents to the human that unleashed them, that is responsible for their activity. I think we need to rely on strong rules that are inherent deterrents. We won't catch every violator of rules, just as is the case with all laws, But we should have strong rules. We should demonstrate to people through those cases where we can make a clear attribution that people will be held responsible when they use AI to violate rules. And we should invest in investigation and enforcement. We should make sure that rules are followed in the political context. And I think in the US, this has been a real issue. I mentioned the FEC earlier. I think there's widespread recognition across both political parties that the FEC is not a very empowered, either in terms of its legislative authority or its resources. It is not an agency that's very empowered to enforce our political rules. And that's created real problems for decades that are only going to be exacerbated in the age of AI. With respect to regulation, there was a question about where moderation stops and censorship begins. Of course, that's an extremely important question. I certainly don't have any silver bullets, magical solutions to that by any means. But I thought there was a great question about where do best practices emerge? Where can we look to for places that are doing this well? And I think it's actually interesting to look beyond state actors, beyond state regulation. You know, in the spaces where I work at the Berkman Klein Center, where we have a whole community of researchers focused on the internet and society at Harvard, it's, I would say, widespread to look to Wikipedia as an example of effective content moderation. Wikipedia is a community, it's organized as a nonprofit, civic society organization where people have come together to establish collective rules that are then applied to the community. It's certainly not perfect, but I think it has demonstrated for decades now that it's created a system of effective content moderation and gotten buy-in both from the participants, the contributors to Wikipedia, and from the public that reads it and uses it as a resource to abide by those rules. I think another interesting model is Mastodon. If you remember, Mastodon got a lot of attention when Elon Musk first purchased Twitter, and lots of people were talking about moving off the Twitter platform. Part of what makes Mastodon interesting is that it's a distributed governance model where individuals, any person, can stand up a Mastodon instance and set the rules for that instance. They can create their own community and create their own rules for that community. And yet those communities can be linked. You can choose to include another community with yours, link them together, if you mutually agree upon the rule set. I think that's an interesting model as well for civil discourse, to have many individual communities that cater to the needs of small groups, but also allow them to link together and thereby get the broader benefits of social media. So I think I'll stop there, and thank you again for including me.
Thanks a lot, dear Nathan. I'm happy to give you the floor. Federico, don't hesitate also to go back to anything that Nathan said and in which you would like to comment. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Bueno, yo voy a hacer una reflexión que me parece muy importante.
One thing that I consider to be very important. When we are constitutionally called to defend the integrity of elections, we are being called to defend, among other things, equal opportunity among competitors. The thing here is that social media are not neutral support where other actors can play. Social media behave as actors, and a very basic constitutional premise for the defense of electoral campaigns is that institutions, according to regulations, to law, must work to stop the abuse of power by relevant stakeholders. And this is basic, but by nature, elections are a game of influence, an arena for power. It is in their essence to do that those who handle this best are the winners of the elections. When we think about regulatory changes to protect equal opportunity in electoral campaigns, and remember, this is not my idea, but something presented by Professor Oscar Sánchez Muñoz in España, we have to look at the essence of the game if we are to understand the types of advantages that are legitimate and the advantages that should not be accepted in the elections. We have to accept the advantages that Professor Oscar calls preconditions to the advantage. And those are, we must consider legitimate, those that have to do with the nature of the game or the electoral game, the democratic game, where we want to consider the people with the best idea, people who are articulate, who can promote union, who can speak with transparency, all of which has advantages for the candidate, but these are legitimate advantages. And these legitimate advantages must be accepted without moderation. This may seem something easy. It may seem that it's enough to see which are the illegitimate advantages to keep them out of the game. But the thing is that no, some advantages are not desirable, but they are close, essential requirements to have elections as we know them. If elections are a democratic game and not an aristocratic game, then the person with the most money should not win. But you cannot run an election without money. The person with the highest preference and time in the media should not win, but we cannot run elections without the media. We cannot have elections with social media because another structurally necessary element for elections is that they are made based on free, conscious preference. Where we can express our conscious will, we must have access to information, which means there are some necessary illegitimate advantages and legitimate advantages that are not necessary. Like, for example, you can have municipal elections without the administrative machine of the council is working there for re-election. That is completely possible. So there are illegitimate advantages and unnecessary should be excluded. But we have a gray area where the problem lies because there are illegitimate advantages but necessary that must be accepted within limits, within moderation. I am here to defend the following. The delegitimization of an advantage may come from some point of origin, from its form, or from quality reasons, and lately, intensity. Social media support the capability to mobilize digital resources for campaign is not illegal per se. If this support, if this stream of information, good or bad, are being sent into the market free from ideas of form, if they come organically rather than artificially in origin, then it is something that should be tolerated by law. But if we have synthetic participation from robots, astroturfing, and other technological tactics, then we do have an issue for the law. But sometimes the origin is legitimate. Like during campaigns, information circulates through people. There is no problem of origin, but the problem may be in the form because we expect that participation to be free or spontaneous. If we have a financing machine, if we have serial activists, content farm, handled by people who are creating gains and they are not accountable for that money, then we have a delegitimization because of the form. Then fourth, there is a quality issue. What is being said and how is it being said? If we have a mass stream of information based on demagoguery, then we don't have an issue. We don't have we may not have an issue, but if this is a hate, denial, racism, then there is a delegitimization or because of quality, and then intensity. In order to protect the microsystem of electoral integrity, law must be handled under a logic of specific prevention. We have penalties, we have consequences for actions that are not accepted, so they no longer happen. This from a pedagogical point of view. And then we must make sure that the systematic generalized damage of elections integrity, normality, or disintegration must have certain process techniques that can even go to annulling elections, but that is something that happens only on exceptional cases. But we must then analyze the intensity of the campaign from several dimensions. That means that you have to investigate and analyze these fake narratives to determine the consistency, scope, intensity, whether they were supported from illicit activities. And as Nathan says, the key is analyzing behaviors rather than analyzing contents. But if when we are talking about platforms and we think on the regulations, we must remember that platforms are actors that can break the autonomy of elections, even with the participation. And it is time for us to discuss the possibility or to talk about electoral responsibility through algorithm programming, because today, when we find ourselves in this context, when electoral communications happen mainly in the digital environment, we must reiterate that candidates today have no certainty that communications will effectively reach their followers unless they paid for that. And if they are not paying, then algorithms will decide. And algorithms can very well stop communications from reaching its intended audience. They can create privileged information spaces. Social media create opportunities for those of us who are exercising our freedom of expression without ensuring equal opportunity to speak. Algorithms create privileged communicators, not only through interference from paid advertising, but the recommendation algorithms. So that is what are the media recommending, because they work as a free advertising. So or propaganda, and when we talk about social media, we usually find a fake dichotomy, like freedom of speech cannot be regulated to combat misinformation without affecting its privileged position in the system. And when we talk about transparency of algorithms, then we have a different dichotomy, because algorithms cannot be open because of copyright protection, which is completely false. So it is time to open our eyes when facing these systems. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias a nuestros panelistas. Realmente respondieron las preguntas de una manera muy complementaria y también todo del fast track, y les agradezco muchísimo la calidad de este diálogo. Vamos a cerrar nuestra sesión con un poquito de retraso. Bueno, ahora vamos a hacer una pausa antes de la siguiente panel. Muchísimas gracias por sus presentaciones. Thank you very much, Delphine Friedman, Nathan Sanders, and Federico Franco. Now we are going to have a break to prepare for our following panel. We invite you to take some coffee. There's a coffee break up there in the lobby. Thank you very much.
Mr. Sanders, thank you very much for your participation, sir.
Les invitamos a tomar sus lugares. Estamos por comenzar con el panel.
We are about to resume with our following panel.
Señor Cost, buenas tardes.
Hola, ¿qué tal?
Muchas gracias por acompañarnos. ¿Ya estamos listos?
Perfecto, listo.
Muchísimas gracias. Ya aquí están en el panel el doctor Alberto Guevara, que va a moderar, el doctor Rafael Rubio y Angélica Contreras, que también nos está acompañando.
Perfecto, muchas gracias.
Gracias a usted.
4, 3, 2.
En este momento inicia el panel de comunicación.
We now begin with the next panel, Digital Communication and Artificial Intelligence, New Challenges for Electoral Authorities. We thank the presence of Alberto Guevara, a Mexican expert in elections, who will be our moderator today. The floor is yours. Good afternoon, and please be welcome, those of you in this auditorium and those who are joining us remotely. I have 3 minutes for the presentation, so I will stop thinking here, but I want to thank the International Affairs Unit for the invitation and the different members of the Council of this Institute for allowing me to come back to INE and do one of the things I enjoy the most, which is meeting experts who are thinking about the first line issues of contemporary democracies. During prior conferences and the opening, we already talked about the general objectives of our event. And now this panel will specifically focus on digital communication and its intersection with artificial intelligence, seen as a new challenge for electoral authorities. As we've said, campaigns have changed. Think about the third wave of democratization. We have seen huge changes in democracy worldwide, to the point that authoritarian regimes can now effectively use instruments that are traditionally associated to full democracies. The incorporation of digital technologies is changing the world in which information is processed, how it is selected, and we have gone from the use of TV for democracy with electoral campaigns focused on small clips broadcasted, transforming the way in which we handle the political process, to a digital community where the sheer amount of data available to people is huge, but there's also an increase in our capacity to process and present them to audiences. This is used by candidates, by parties, by other governments that may also have interests in other countries. And they are using these means to do so. And today, to talk about these challenges, we have some experts. I will not read their resumes because you have them in your hands and you can read them online. So I will go straight to give the floor to our first panel member. Each will have 15 minutes for an initial presentation. And then we'll have a small round for comments, giving you 3 more minutes before the final conclusions of the panel. I want to start with our online member of the panel, Dr. Jack Post. You have 50 minutes. The floor is yours. Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Okay, so good afternoon. I want to thank the National Electoral Institute of Mexico for the invitation to come and discuss this topic. It is a pleasure to be here and talk with you about our topic. Social media and now artificial intelligence have become essential for public discussion during elections and for democracy. And today, I want to share a few things with you. In the latest years, social media have led to 5 huge changes in democracy. First, they pulverized the public sphere. During the 19th and 20th century, the media addressed a large audience, first with newspapers, magazines, and then radio and TV, brought information and analysis of political life to citizens. It is true that that information and that analysis were mediated by political positions and editorial decisions made by mass media. But it is also true that media had a certain control on the news being published, which should have a certain basis on reality. Each reader would choose their favorite newspaper or their favorite radio station. Public discussion happened in person, in the parks, in cafes, in bars, and public spaces. And citizens had access to a wide fan of ideas and opinions on political affairs and were obligated to exchange their point of view with people who had different ideas. So in summary, while there was a preferred audience for each media, the audience was wide, consuming information mediated by the large media corporations, and most of the public had to discuss among themselves, even if they had different opinions. But this no longer happens with the mass media. We don't have a large audience, but many micro audiences, meaning that social media algorithms promote users to consume only information and analysis that agree with their opinions. Therefore, citizens are just reaffirming political positions whenever they access the social media, leading me to the second change caused by social media, which is polarization. If citizens only read and hear contents that reaffirm their own political positions, they are more intolerant and closed to new ideas. Further, even the social media environment does not foster an exchange of ideas and debate based on arguments. Far from that, it encourages insults, mockery, and simplistic but convincing messages reinforcing prejudices or preconceived ideas. Third large change caused by social media in the public sphere and democracy is this misinformation. As I already said, the traditional media ensured a certain control of information being published because they had to comply with certain criteria of veracity. They narrated and analyzed the facts based on their editorial position. At least they were based on reality, which is not the reality today. In social media, any user can publish fake, unverified information, and millions of users may share and spread that information. For people, veracity of information is no longer a verified fact or based on solid arguments and evidence, but if postings match their political position, then that is enough to share and deem them truth. A fourth change caused by social media is the post-truth, which is a contemporary phenomenon where opinions are more important than the fact. That is, subjectivity becomes the first line and objectivity goes into the background. That is, that you believe what you want to believe. And if a political party alleges fraud with no evidence, like the Republican Party headed by Donald Trump in the United States, followers will believe it is the truth, not because they have evidence, but because the belief is aligned with their political position. The last change in democracy spread by social media is the politics of emotions. Discussions are not won by the best arguments, but by those who raise their voice higher, who are more have more skill at insulting or spreading certain deep-rooted feelings among people, so they don't encourage a measured reflection, but impulsivity, anger, indignation, fear, and discontent. In this sense, the public debate level has fallen. Emotions have always been an essential factor in politics. That means it's never been true that policies are internally ruled by reason, because politics as human beings has always been conformed by reason, emotion, passion, ideas. Nevertheless, the eruption of social media has decreased the way of ideas, increasing the way of emotions in politics. That emotions have a certain way in democracy is good, it's natural, it's healthy, as long as they are also mediated by reason. Today, the heart, the liver, rule and rather than the head in public discussion. The win of Javier Milei in Argentina recently is a good example. Social media have left a broken, divided public sphere with citizens unable to dialogue, who don't want to listen to each other. The citizenship has no capacity for deliberation and it's guided by emotions rather than by reason or by ideology, which in turn is fostering the fact that political parties and candidates who are irresponsible are using the context to win the election by promising a lot, fulfilling little, reaffirming prejudices, insulting political contendants, and appealing to emotions without clear programmatic agendas. If social media have caused all of these changes in the public spheres, artificial intelligence has the potential of intensifying them. Without going further and just talking about latent and real effects nowadays, generative artificial intelligence already has the capacity to produce fake content imitating a person's voice, as can be already seen in Mexico. It is possible to share audios reproducing the voice of political actors saying compromising stuff. When audios are shared through social media, citizens don't have the tools to tell whether they are true or fake. Worse, citizens who agree with a certain political tendency will consider them true, and those from an opposing political tendency will discredit them without thinking it further, with a couple of consequences. On the one hand, when you share real videos or audios of politicians committing illegal acts, those involved can defend themselves by arguing they are AI generated. But when fake audios are spread, citizens may consider them true if they reaffirm their prejudices, regarding a certain political figure. In other words, the phenomenon of the post-truth will be emphasized, and citizens will have less capacities to distinguish what's real from what's fake. Secondly, artificial intelligence also brought higher sophistication to algorithm and techniques for segmentations and identification of the audience of a political campaign, fake news, and misinformation. This means that the pulverization of the public sphere will continue further by reinforcing micro-audiences that dialogue only among themselves and will not listen to other perspectives. I know that I am being pessimistic in my diagnosis, but I am genuinely convinced that social media have not improved democracy, but have worsened it. This time, we should not be naive. I remember when social media came into our life, and people hoped that they would be a vehicle to improve democracy by bringing citizens closer to those governing them and increasing freedom of speech. But we cannot make that same mistake again. This is a historical moment where we can act with the urgency demanded by the situation. With this in mind, I go back to the question that brought us here today. What can electoral authorities do in front of the challenge posed by social media and AI? Let me give three specific proposals to answer the question. Number one, the first action electoral authorities can take is digital education. According to UNESCO, one of the best ways of combating misinformation and the spread of fake news is digital literacy. INE and electoral authorities in general can have a central role by organizing campaigns to foster good habits for consuming and spreading information through social media. Some good practices include users should only share information from serious, recognized media and journalists, and to verify the information they will share with 2 or 3 sources. We cannot think that all users in the social media would do so, but the more people who do it, the better. Mexico, INE is one of the institutions with the highest level of trust from citizens. Therefore, they can have a literacy campaign of digital education to warn about the new risks of artificial intelligence, which is of the utmost importance. Young people may be familiar with the capabilities of artificial intelligence, but adults are hardly have that knowledge. So it is important to say as soon as possible that artificial intelligence can produce audios and videos that seem to be real but are not, so they can prevent the spread of fake contents.
The second work that electoral authorities can carry out in order to face the artificial intelligence challenges is to empower the fact checkers, because there have been initiatives from different media and of non-governmental authorities in order to verify, in order to check news coming from a very doubtful origin in Mexico. There is a great work made by different journalists. What they do, these fact checkers, is to verify all the information circulating in the social media and on the political side, to verify if this is true or not, using the professional tools. Later on, these fact checker centers verify this effort of investigation, and they are certain if these news are real or not, and they include them in a context. The pedagogy campaigns that I mentioned before must inform citizens about this type of fact checker in order to find out if it is true. In election times, the electoral authorities can sign collaboration agreements with this type of platforms in order to carry out an additional effort in order to find out the way this propaganda information is spread out during the campaigns. Therefore, the electorate is better informed in order to control the information flow during the election times. Lastly, the third specific task that electoral authorities can do is to be part of the international efforts to work with artificial intelligence. One of the lessons left by the media, social media, is that they shouldn't grow and develop themselves freely with no participation of governments or the state. I mean that every government is trying to regulate the social media companies. It turns out to be very complicated because now they are huge and powerful. On the other side, I am firmly convinced that there are no national solutions for global problems, just like the artificial intelligence situation. So it is important for Mexico to participate in the international efforts that are taking place in order to regulate the artificial intelligence companies and to alleviate together the challenges that the artificial intelligence represent to democracy for all the interests. The ideal is that in order to participate in this forum, Mexico should have a special group, including members of different bodies of the government, of the Congress, and autonomous public organizations in order to help the National Electoral Institute in order to support democracy and elections. Mexico would have the chance to become in the state of the art in this matter, and the National Electoral Institute in this world would be cooperating so much. So the idea is to understand the huge challenge that the artificial intelligence represent at a national level and participated in the international forum in order to face this challenge. And we hope that the National Electoral Institute is taken into account because its participation is necessary for the future of the Mexican democracy. Thank you very much once again. Thank you so much for this first presentation with very specific ideas. And the idea is for you to send us your comments or questions. Now I ask Angelica Contreras to talk about the topic he's in charge of. Thank you so much for the invitation. First of all, I'd like to highlight, while I come from the state of Aguascalientes, it is important to me to mention this because where I live, it is also a political space. And right now, where not only the digital, but the physical side is high, so it is important to talk about this from the digital side and all these type of spaces. So it is important to be out of this everyday topics. Florencia Guzman is an author, and in an article that she wrote, that is the use of social media, he's asking this: do you remember that promise that internet would be an important factor or a key factor to democratize our societies? And I will hack this question by saying this: do we remember that promise that democracy would be the tool or the choice for more for fair authorities? And Paz Peña, another author, mentions in social media, there are voices that redistribute power, and they have always this bias. So having this in mind, this is telling us that social media or the digital space are shown as an alternative for these voices that didn't have space in the traditional media. So what happens when we add up these different area in elections? So what happens there? As we're invited to talk about what happens when we are talking about these managers of artificial intelligence. And in this context, in Mexico, how do we start to have a dialogue in order to have the citizens' participation? So following this idea, there is a question that we have heard so much lately. Are we dealing with new challenges, old challenges? Since we're talking about in these social digital spaces and artificial intelligence, what is this? New challenges? Are we following the same logic? it's important to highlight these structures that we must understand as well, the way we're understanding the digital space, because it is not like all of a sudden, this space is there. How we understand this and the nature itself of this digital space and how this communicate starts. But at the same time, how are we communicating ourselves and how are we are inviting people to vote? How are we proposing political agendas? How are we combining or mixing all of these topics inside this space we are living in? Because one of the contradictions that I would like to clear is that let us not think that we are just living in spaces. No, the reality is that the digital side has become a reality and vice versa. We are facing digital elections. Yes, we are. The question is how we are going to deal with these agreements in order to communicate and from where we are going to communicate, where we are inviting to have agreements with. And one of the questions of this panel is, how can we do this? This is from institutes and from companies. These agreements take place. What can we do? I am a believer that we must, that in this, the stakeholders, it's a multi-stakeholder model. But we were mentioning before in the previous panels is that we are actors, and this implies multiple parts here. So how does internet, how do we construct internet, in other words? How can we include the participation of every stakeholder being part of internet? This is to say companies, this is to say governments, this is the technical sector, all the wires and cables. But in addition, we need to tropicalize this. This is the electoral side. How are we including journalists? How are we including political parties? Because they also have certain responsibility in this topic. How are we including these fact checkers organizations and also organizations? How are we grouping and putting together and coordinating with these multiple actors for us to generate all these reflections and thinking, but I'm not putting anything behind. And this is what I would like to finish with. What happened with users? I am not going to mention what happens because this is one of the proposals that I will be talking to you at the very end. But I think that this is something important. The fact that how are we understanding the digital side? I always mention this example, but they tell me that I am informal. But the way how we understand the digital side, how is this digital idea working? The idea is for you to think in a hot cake or pancake tower, because you users, we are on the top. This is where you put your topping. This is butter, jelly, whatever. But we have other floors, other layers of pancakes, and each layer has an objective in the internet function. This idea of the 90s that it was a web. No. It is a tower, and each layer has an objective. So how come that actions, reforms, amendments, proposals are not working? Because we're still right on the top layer. So how can we understand the digital side? And to understand the digital side is the way we understand the architecture of internet. Instead of saying pancake, the right word is the internet architecture. How can we understand this architecture? But watch this also, the way we make use of the contents. We're talking about the way we're communicating ourselves and the way this communication goes through the digital side. We need to follow the logic of the contents. So why this was not downloaded? How come this account was not there anymore? What's the logic to follow in order to build and to understand the way you make use of contents? And it is not neutral. Who is building and which is the logic that this is being built? So the idea is, how come this tweet was not downloaded or the post was not downloaded? So what is behind? So I'm putting together with my previous answer the articulation needed to understand the way this content is being used and the importance that we need to have specific regulations for each one of those layers. But I don't believe that the regulation must be from the government side. But the regulation must be from the coordinated work with multiple stakeholders because of the understanding and the importance of these layers. And also we must understand and to be concerned of the fact that the way the digital works. So we are also facing some challenges. I hope I'm not repeating myself, but somebody mentioned my previous panel, the previous panelists. This is about the use of our data, because also from political parties are making use of this. So also this implies disinformation. Also, here we're talking about violence. Last week, I was sharing some space in an event that took place in the tribunal, electoral tribunal or court, and the way in these spaces they are maximizing these violence speeches. It is not that the violence came out all of a sudden. So how this violence is emerging from these spaces. But also we have this bubble effect. We need to be out of that bubble in order to find out how to understand what is happening outside. The self-censorship last year, together with Article 19 of juridical statements, we were studying how this is having effect in the priority groups. This is women, LGBT plus, people who defend land, etc. The idea here was the self-censorship. Everything that is happening on the digital side has a self-censorship effect. I am not going to say why something is going to happen. How many in here have decided perhaps not to render an opinion or to make any comments, because therefore there will be an effect. This is this censorship for giving some opinion. What about the hate speech? There is a huge and a whole debate of what hate is. We can talk about these violence and discrimination speeches that algorithms are learned by this. And this is coming together with the algorithmic bias, how this is being understood, and not only the understanding side, but the way that this information is coded and collected. Therefore, how these machines are learning from what, from where, and from what. This is the idea, because we are all part of the digital side. And also monitoring. Monitoring is also understood as a way of violence. But watch this. It is not just a monitoring proposal and safety, but the way, for example, political parties are being monitored, or even journalists, and what's the use of that information? How is this information being stored? How are we doing with this monitoring practice? And very recently, I have to mention the way this hate is being promoted and fostered in order to justify hate itself. Do not vote for this or that person, but there is a justification from the hate side, having a violent speech telling you why not you should not vote for that person. Don't even go out from home to vote. So we must understand the characteristics of the digital work. Those who are following online this presentation, you work from the electoral side, but you and we must understand the characteristics of the digital side in order to learn how these speeches are justified in these multiple platforms, existing platforms, how fast, how quick a message can be posted. This is retaken from WhatsApp, so they capture this on a certain screen and it is posted in a different place. So how do you control what? How do you control what? How can you cut this vicious circle? But there is also another topic. This is language, the understanding, the context, and this is very important, mainly for the moderation side of contents, and this jurisdictional side, from the non-existence of borderlines on the digital side. And we have seen this with disinformation. Perhaps a disinformation campaign from a different country is replicated and updated for the Mexican context. And the decrease of barriers and the effect that has memory. But also let's talk about that there is an economic factor. This is not because we are talking about everything is made because we would like to contribute to something. There is an economic factor taking place here. how the use of these platforms are transparent. So also what we were talking about before, this is anonymity, maybe from the Mexican context. Anonymity may be used in two ways: from the violent side, when accounts are created for misinformation and to spread out violent speeches, but also anonymity in a Mexican context where journalists and activists are killed. So how can we play with this script? Yes or no? And precisely this understanding takes us to think the way the ideas are being communicated, how media, or from the traditional media or the digital media, what they do in order to communicate. Because maybe voters are not communicating themselves versus elder people, elder generations. So where are those generations? How are they communicating themselves? Or what platforms or ways of communication they are using? Because now they are using platforms as searchers. Or how come they don't watch debates, but they watch all the summaries shared from other platforms? So how we are generating a critical position of the content that is being observed. Now, going by the end of my presentation, I think it is important what it was mentioned. When we think about this model from the multiple stakeholders participation, we are also including users, but they are named like that, from the users. And I believe and I hope that we must go to this digital empowerment of people in order to go from users to start building a digital citizenship. And this digital citizenship is not only going to consume content, but also they will have a critical posture of conversation, of debate, but also of demanding. But then we will find out who is the responsible one. Each person who is part of this group is responsible. They have a certain responsibility, but then the digital citizenship must demand that they must have clear rules for content, that political parties must have this transparency of the use they make of our data, and not only at a party level, but the ones you are hiring as agencies or bodies of any kind to make use of those data. Because some months ago, we started to, as users, we started to receive texts suggesting that we should favor certain people who are the candidates. But we would like to say, if we want to say, I'd like to exercise my rights, and they say that doesn't belong to me because I hired somebody else, what is that responsibility? Now I'm running out of time. So we need to have an ethical thinking of how these artificial intelligence management will be used. And also, we must know how are we building, and we are betting in order to have a digital and empowered citizenship, not only from this, yes, you can make it, but to recognizing and acknowledging our rights, because this electoral practice is a right, and this can be taken to the digital side, and it is part of our digital rights, a digital empowerment, in order to participate, in order to speak, at least at the very beginning of these topics. Thank you. Thank you so much, Angelica, for this vision, for this idea or landscape of ideas that you gave us, and the different corners in order to solve these situations. Now I give the floor to Rafael Rubio, who will be in charge of the presentation for 15 minutes. Please, Rafael. Thank you so much, Alberto. Thank you so much to INE for this invitation to participate. I believe that to start, it is important to mention something important that Jonathan mentioned, that we can put into context. So when I am going to talk about elections and artificial intelligence. It is the ones who've been working for 25 years on this topic. We have seen in a very straight way, and maybe we are surprised from this utopian situation going back to the 90s. We had set our hopes on technology because of the transparency of participation, collaboration, elements that were supposed to strengthen democracy. And since 2016, we have an apocalyptic situation that democracy was not only going to be saved by technology, but it seems that technology will destroy democracy. And this speech is listened during the, like Maria Reza, the Nobel Award was mentioning about this, talking about democracy. And I believe that, well, it was already very explained. Nathan was explaining that we have advantages and we have certain inconvenience. But when we talk about things that are inconvenient for us, is that we shouldn't be paralyzed because of fear. If somebody's telling us what is going to happen, everyone's reaction is, oh, please, I'd rather be the way I am, to remain the way I am. The idea is to stop being nervous of looking for solutions. And for many years, we've been in this danger. This is in order to renew ourselves due to threats. And I believe that we must reach an agreement. We know that things get better. We say this in Spain, in order to try to be more specific, more concrete. So the idea would be to talk a little bit about artificial intelligence, and it is evident because its complexity and its capacity in this context actually is feeding this rejection sensation, or it is feeding, as Nathan said, the sensation of fiction, science fiction, that these elections will be an episode of the futurist situation, and everything that we thought would be the future is a reality now. It is a context, and it is evident that in general terms, trust is weakened by now. So we can look at the integrity of processes and the role of the electoral bodies, and this was not used to in the past. Now there is no electoral process anywhere in the world. So in the procedures there, we must enhance the process work and functioning. So this is feeding even more these suspicious ideas that we have on artificial intelligence. And also I think it is important to talk about the initial doubt, secondary suspicions, and when we go from the suspicious to be feeling this indignation, I believe that we can start to have a map the way these processes are being fed. If we add up to all these, the use of artificial intelligence in the different phases of these processes, I believe that we have the whole framework. That is why the Committee of Ministers in the Europe Council, they say that the use of technology as any use of other technology in the electoral process might comply with the democratic referendums and must be balanced with other fundamental considerations, just like safety and accessibility for users. So I believe this is the context. Let's talk about technology, but let's talk about in general terms of what the electoral processes are, and it must be applied, according to my opinion, to the artificial intelligence. However, we can see how there has been a boom of publications of analysis related to the social impact and cultural impact, and also related to artificial intelligence. However, there are just a few theoretical people who really talk about this impact on the electoral side, or the electoral impact. And somehow I'd like to contribute in this presentation. I believe that the analysis is not to find new tools or instruments that international intelligence is incorporating to the electoral processes, but the way intelligence artificial intelligence is changing those existing instruments. It is not to talk about a new area of this artificial intelligence, but how this intelligence is affecting every part of the process.
And now I will go quickly over some of the uses of artificial intelligence in electoral processes in general to focus more on the purpose of our summit, which is especially about electoral campaigns. The use of AI in the electoral process is evident. They have been used for determining the districts when they are periodically reviewed. They have also been used for, I was going to say purify, but I'm not sure it's the right word, but it's for a cleanup of the census so that it adjusts to the country's reality, and this is done periodically. They have been used to promote vote and to ensure the vote is personal through AI systems that verify the signature or the person that is issuing their vote when it's a vote by mail and for recounts. And all of this leads to a series of issues, but we can also see that the use of AI in these parts of the electoral process are trying to give a solution, maybe not the best one, but a solution to problems that are really out there, of which we can talk later on, but I understand that they are not the object of my 15 minutes. But when we talk about an electoral campaign, issues are more complicated. Its use in electoral campaign is not something that maybe is happening and that we should be prepared for, but it is something that has been normalized in electoral campaigns in the last year and a half. Not a single electoral campaign in the whole world has been done without the use of AI, and we should talk about it, how general it has become rather than the exception. Sometimes the issue is that we don't realize AI is being used, but it is used to automating traditional processes of electoral campaigns. So what processes is it good for? It's been used for the integration of content creation processes. We'll talk about it. Mass distribution of contents, profiling of the target audience for those messages, usually voters, and around these three elements, there is another series of formations. Evidently not to commit the sins I've mentioned. We can also use those parts of AI that contribute to democracy, like in the last elections, a Paraguay candidate was able to translate his message to 14 different languages for 14 original peoples who heard him in his own voice giving his original message. There are other systems that, there's one mythical personalization like Sergio Massa when he ran for presidency. You remember that it was famous because he was trying to imitate himself with his voice, the tone, and the words used in each region in Argentina with bad results because he was an actor trying to personify. Now with AI, he would have been able to adapt the message to each Argentinian province, and he could have adapted his tone of voice rather than trying to do it himself, which was ridiculous when it happened. Or some historical moments in Mexico, well, not historic, but bizarre, like Ricardo Monreal and Benjamin Franklin. Some people were kind of surprised of its use during a campaign. We are therefore facing the risk of living in a dystopia of banality where it is so cheap, so easy to produce this content that it becomes omnipresent. And that is the issue with AI. The danger of AI is not its use, but normalization, because it radically changes the rules of the game and the way to interpret it. And When we try to analyze its direct impact on the freedom of the voter and the climate of campaigns, we can go to sources such as St. Alman, who, when he went in on May 2023 before the Senate and asked if he thought these models based on AI could be used to make voters behave in a certain way, he's appeared to defend his sector, but rather than that, he clearly showed his concern, and he talked about the possibilities of persuading and manipulating personal relations with voters. And Harvard academics like Lessing built a story by giving a name to the use of AI in campaigns called Clogger, analyzing its possible use in a journalistic exercise, well-based, and I recommend you to read what they said. And here we have a new algorithms with AI, conditioning our access to information by systematically predetermining what information we'll have access to. Now, on the same line of what we were talking about, the gradual increase of the impact, we are beginning to see how AI can be used because it is adaptive, dynamic, and customized for generating messages in different forms that are customized without real limits, with everything that has to do with segmentation, creation, and spread of the message. 2.5 years ago, 3 years ago, these were services that were already in the market, but they costed between $5 or $6 million. And during electoral campaigns, they said, I can do this for you, and this is going to be the price. The price is now under $1 million, and therefore it is becoming affordable, and it is now becoming possible for anyone who participates in a campaign to use it. Secondly, the use of reinforced learning, machine learning, trial and error methods allow these messages to increase the level of persuasion based on the answers. You can begin to persuade, you can improve your skills of persuasion through AI. And this learning, which is initially based on your answer, it spreads to the rest of your community, and AI learns from your answer and from the answers from other voters, fine-tuning the persuasive capacity, and applying this persuasion capacity, which has been improved, can be replicated for the other voters. This can also be taken out of the political environment and then go back to the political environment. And through AI, it is possible to persuade voters using non-voter mechanisms. A while ago, when you tried to buy advertising in social media platforms, you were told that don't use a political inclinations of the voter, but use their musical taste, their artistic taste, and they were more efficient to reach non-convinced voters who were not prepared. And this persuasion through using these groups allowed you to reach the voter and to convince them. And therefore, the process was spectacular. Now we have this first issue of how these tactics are generalized and how they are turned into a system that feedbacks itself. I would add another 5. This first theory from Fond and Lessing needs 5 more things. These techniques are not linked to the true-false categories. When a machine learns, it doesn't learn based on the truth or fakeness of what they are learning. They learn through believability, and they do it based on the audience, their target audience. This is funny. In Spain, I did a very curious experiment. Different constitutional law professors talked about amnesty with ChatGPT, and they obtained different results based on their capacity of persuasion, because at the end of the day, they said, I taught the machine constitutional law. Yes, but you taught the constitutional law to your machine. But what about the other 5 machines, or the other 5,000 or 50,000 machines that did not learn constitutional law? And this is surprising, because it gives you some self-satisfaction by saying, this when the machine does not respond to such categories. And those who are affected cannot know which strategies were used with perception. There is an opacity, and that opacity is determining. C. Lewis, on the Screwtape Letters, he was saying that the trick of the devil was to make people believe the devil does not exist. This was appropriated by the Usual Suspects movie to talk about Kaiser Soze. Do you remember? The Kaiser Soze's greatest trick was making people believe he was dead, he no longer existed. And when AI is used, it is absolutely destructive. Four, third parties' participation. Federico made it very clear. When we think platforms are neutral, they are actually actors, and these actors are not social platforms, but those people who can participate in the conversation. And AI mechanisms are determinant factors who are usually under the radar of regulation, as it happened with social, and their response to Clara saying not any woman can be president, and all those answers, all those responses did not come directly from Social's campaign, at least not officially. They were AI generated, promoted initially by individuals introducing a new field where the regulation has not much to say. Following the same line, I recommend you this book I just published about the participation of third parties in electoral campaigns through social media, focusing on this issue, one of the issues that not many are working on, but one with the highest impact on electoral campaign. 5 times and lack of resources and preparation. Everyone will tell you this. Everyone who has suffered these incidents in their campaigns will tell you. Argentina, Slovakia, they all say the same. When it happened, we're not prepared. Electoral authorities were not prepared. The platforms of verification were not prepared. A verification platform usually has the means to verify, and to verify AI, they require hours, even days. If it happens 48 hours or less before the election, like in Slovakia, it's not possible to verify, and their platforms are not willingly to remove that information where there's no clear evidence that AI was used. And they say, it seems, they say it appears that they use AI. And sixth and last, and this is the most important one in my opinion, is that it creates an environment of mistrust. And as was said, it will affect real content. It brings us back to the post-truth that Jacques was mentioning at the beginning. When everything is susceptible to having created by AI, the danger is huge. And you lived it with Brugada and Bartres, when they were accused, and in both cases, their answer was the same. It was not us, it was AI. Without going to see whether it was or not. And what I'm trying to say is that this has become the usual excuse. It's happening, and see how neurotic you become. It's you see the sign of translation. I'm looking at it, and I start wondering whether it is a real person doing the sign language interpretation, or if it's AI, because this is how you create this environment. You begin interpreting reality under the possibility that everything is artificial. And finally, let me talk about the imitation effect, as Federico explained it when they talked about history. Every time someone innovates and begins intelligently and efficiently using electoral technologies, all the others run behind him, and it stops being competitive. That's why technology is only competitive value the first time it is used. After that, it is normalized, and the same with AI. At the beginning, 2 years ago, a year and a half ago, it was only used by a few. Now everyone is copying what they do, and therefore the use of AI is becoming the normality and leads to this global dystopy that we were talking about. And I will stop here. I have a few answers, but they are not very encouraging, and they have already been mentioned. I'm sorry I went beyond my time. Thank you very much. I would thank our 3 members of the panel. These presentations have been very good, helping us understand the magnitude of the problem, and we cannot just give up and say, that's it, that's the end, goodbye. I believe that one interesting strategy from the operational pragmatic point of view, something electoral authorities and the audience should start thinking what to do. We have a division between the real and the digital, but it is so diffuse that perception can be altered, as Rafa was saying, with the sign language interpretation. But once we are facing an electoral campaign to make a decision as who is going to rule, how are they going to do it, and what is going to happen, we have to think what of everything that is happening is real, as in the former reality, and what is real in the present reality, and how the development of long-term political objectives are also mediated by the way in which we are being forced to see reality through artificial intelligence. If we look at it in these terms, we will be overwhelmed and we will never reach any concrete opinion. So I believe we should subdivide it. And for example, Angelica was talking about digital citizenship. What does it mean to be a digital citizen? What does it mean to build the necessary tools so that we can face this new environment? Who should do it? We are all responsible for creating the political reality, but what can electoral authorities do? And INA is doing it marvelously. It's part of their mandate, and they are responsible to build citizenship. But what does that mean today? Not just maintaining us informed, because there's also another issue. We are saturated with information. During the first presentation, Jacques said politicians are promising a lot, fulfilling a few of those promises. When they start these big campaigns in the digital world, but we're facing a bigger issue when politicians promise a lot, they also fulfill a lot in undemocratic ways using AI for distributing messages, for building messages to give the appearance that they are having great results, though not necessarily through a democratic process. There is one question. I think we went to the other end of the spectrum with specificity, because it talks about one very specific Mexican rule where there is a video for electoral advertising and propaganda near the election. But this is very good, because maybe we can start thinking about steps of what can electoral authorities do in response to the new reality before the election day, when you have to do a lot of work. I have this boss. I'm not going to say his name because it would not be nice. But my boss used to say that those who cheat don't win elections on election day. They win elections 1 or 2 years before by defining the rules, by constructing narratives. So what can electoral authorities do with their mandate, with their resources, to be ready on the way to choosing or to electing those who will govern the country? So this is something during the week. How can you control the distribution and generation of contents the day before elections? Does it make sense to have this video on electoral advertising the day before? What happens 15 minutes before elections begin? What happens during elections? This because this can lead to violence. It can completely derail the electoral process. We have colleagues from other countries who have lived this and they can share their experience. But it is very difficult to govern the process the day of the elections. And what do we do after that? Because this is not like, okay, elections are over, we have the winner, and let's go home. Sometimes results are very closed, and what are the consequences of living through a certain process? What are the consequences for governance and for the construction of the following electoral process? So I would like to think about these three large stages and substages of the electoral process and what options electoral authorities have beyond what you've already talked: transnational partnerships, multi-stakeholder partnerships. How can that be seen for the electoral authorities? Jack, if it's okay with you, you have 3 minutes. Thank you very much. These were great presentations, and they left me with a lot to think about, and these questions are excellent. I would like to focus on two very specific things, bringing completely to the ground the topic of what can electoral authorities do and what can INE do and during the elections, once the elections are already ongoing. We are still in time to work in teaching and educating. You said that one of Ines' responsibilities is to build citizenship, and they've done great. They've been doing great for some years now, and it is the time to make use of their presence, their legitimacy among the citizens, to create mechanisms that includes sharing content through social media, are organizing brigades to bring information to citizens, to make people aware of the risks of AI, of how the electoral dynamics are changing with the new technologies, and the possibility of creating fake content that appears to be real. Many adults don't know this can be done, and it would be positive if they knew, and try to foster good habits through social media. Like I said, it is quite unrealistic to believe that every single person will follow good practices when using social media, but the more people are doing it, the better, and the closer we'll be to building a digital citizenship Angelica was talking about. On the other hand, on the day of elections and one day before, it is very important for INE to continue with the well-established tradition of helping in reliable, verified information to flow regarding the elections, what can be done, what cannot be done, to give as much certainty as possible to citizens. INE is facing a challenge, but they have proven to be very capable to become the ultimate point of reference for information during the elections. The most certainty it creates, the more information it gives citizens of the process, that the process is going the right way, the less room there will be to doubts and to misinformation and fake news. So those are my two very specific proposals. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks for building on this idea of citizens' education and fostering what we could call safety in the virtual world. Angelica? We should not live with the idea that this is terrible, that we should burn it down, shut it down, and live, because I believe that there is hope in social digital media and how important they are. But we must begin to think about how the use of social media will create risks. We are making a decision about our future, and it brings risks with it. And I have a question. This is something to think about. I'm pretty sure that you remember in the Mexican elections, a Sunday when we woke up with show business people promoting both allegedly with their opinion, and these people will receive a penalty. But what happens if the following year, instead of show business people clearly identified as show business people, they begin using avatars who will be fined? You cannot find or penalize AI. What is at risk to send the penalization? So let's think about it. What should we do, or what would we do? I want to bring this down to the ground. We have to start thinking and believing. This is not a new technology. Technology is here, but what we are seeing is how to new practices are created with existing technology, and therefore how should we bring this conversation down to the table, and what adjustments and adaptations should we do? And the best example should be school rules. Schools have lists of rules where they said the rules said talked about personal care. Now they are allowed to wear different haircuts and hairdos different from those behind. But rules did not consider the use of mobile phones in the classroom. Now every school has different rules, and then we have issues due to the privacy and intimacy of boys and girls in schools. And now this is our reality. So how now we're talking about these topics, but it is important to acknowledge that there are gaps regarding access to technology. Now, thinking about Mexico, there are still some communities that have no access, that do not have the skills. How then can we talk not just about educating, as Jax was saying a moment ago, but now we should be discussing how it affects you personally, how you are affected by something with no ethical principles. How does it affect you? Why does it affect you? This is not just about making it pretty or anything, but you should think about the effects. And also this is leading to a certain normalization, but customization and individualization. We practically get messages adjusted and that are exactly what we want to hear. So are we questioning the content? And therefore we have to go back and rethink about it, and we have to think at the participation of parties, and citizens should also be demanding this analysis. Thank you, Angelica. You made very important points. When we talk about the violation of currently applicable provisions where the subject of a penalty is not evident, you should try to find the person behind the avatar. Yes, but we should also think in the way in which a person's identification is now used and how penalties are being applied. They are complying with the function as we imagined it, but it was designed years ago for a reality that is ever changing. So, Rafael, you have 3 minutes. Thank you. 3 ideas and 1 joke. One, the first idea is that for electoral bodies, election day is irrelevant. For example, think about electoral observation systems. Everything is concentrated on 2 days, but it's like being late to dinner. You will get nothing but leftovers, and it's pretty much the same. Leading to second idea, the objective of misinformation is not winning elections because it's obvious, but its objective is to create mistrust. Communication campaigns don't support one candidate or another. Investigations in the American Congress for 2016 demonstrated that Russia had no clear candidate. They just wanted to destabilize the country, and therefore the main objective of a misinformation campaign is to break trust. And therefore, the fundamental objective of an electoral body is to gain that trust. But to gain trust, you need time. Have you ever had to regain someone's trust? It is highly complicated. So we cannot believe that as an electoral body, we will have the trust did not build in the prior months of years on that day. So to gain truth, you need words, but you need facts and time. These are three essential elements. And how can you gain trust? Trust is gained in the long term with comprehensive policies where the legal framework is essential but also secondary. You must remember that law and trust don't go hand in hand. Law sets a framework for trust, but for gaining trust, you need comprehensive plans that consider the issues, communications, rights, education, technology, and many times we focus on our area and our zone and we stay there. We need the strategic plans, thinking in function of objectives, not putting an end to misinformation, because that is impossible. You are going to remove misinformation that directly and transcendentally affects the electoral process. It's not any trace of misinformation, which is impossible. And that only leads to an increase of mistrust rather than reducing it. You need multi-stakeholder plans, as Angelica was saying. You want to regain trust. The electoral body is not enough. I'm sorry, but they need to work hand in hand with civil society and a myriad of organizations that are more believable among society than electoral bodies. So let's be humble and say, this is my capacity, but if I multiply it with all of these other bodies, it will be huge. But that's not something you can build on the electoral day. This is the truth, distributed. No, you have to work months, years, convincing people that you are telling the truth, and these people will accept your truth. Otherwise, they won't accept it. And therefore, I believe that one of the big challenges and one that is neglected, one where we have to be working, is strategic communication. Bodies are obsessed more with regulation than communication, but the issue is the opposite. We are going to do strategic communication in the long term, and evidently, we have to do it. Now, my joke is regarding this day. Well, because you're saying that the Green Party in Mexico, it didn't happen once but two, and they said, we're not prepared. We were prepared and we did not care. But as Alberto was saying, the solution could be trying to find who's behind an avatar. But when you have third parties, then you are going into a puddle, and how can I define whether the third party is an interested third party or not? For example, like Mariana married to a candidate, you cannot call her like a third party, but what if they are not married or they are not together? Should we exclude them from that third party? And what about the freedom of speech? I mean, maybe Mexico has found a solution, and this is the joke in case there's some misinterpretation, and this is personalization. I don't know if you have ever thought that it was possible to send radio messages by determining who are going to listen to these messages. And during this pre-campaign, we can see that messages say, this is only for the affiliates and militants of the party. So what, the rest of us are going to cover our ears, and that's going to be the solution? Because this applies for candidates, and we can say, no, this message is only for the candidates. The rest of you cover your ears, and then you are not breaking this veto. But, well, this is stupidly, but in the long term, the only possibility is to eliminate it, and that's it. Thank you very much.
Actually, we have some time left. Is there's anything you panelists you would like to add? Otherwise, we don't want to steal time, to lunchtime. But I'd like to tell you that, first of all, I emphasize my gratitude for being the moderator of this panel. I have enjoyed this, and I am glad that the pandemic is over in order to be here, and Jackson's here at a distance. He participated in this panel, but here are also here on site. And this represents certain courage in order to talk about these topics. Rafa was talking about something important. This is trust. I am asking you if we can build the same trust level only through screens. It is complicated to me, but to be here in person, on site, it has a value in itself. It is a great initiative, great profiles that are combining different answers, not only from the academic perspective, together with the practical experience that Rafa has. with all those 80 caps that he wears, as well as Angelica from the activism working from there, but also he's a user and activist using their social media as a working instrument. Anyway, and you guys who are helping us to think about these shared solutions for the challenges that represent the use of artificial intelligence. It was said that it is too late, and artificial intelligence has hacked mankind and humanity because it hacked the operating system. This is the capacity to build culture. What makes a difference in human beings is what we call in general terms, it is the culture. If we, from our side, build trust, thinking in new mechanisms for this not to be a future war, I think we can make plenty of things. Thank you so much to everyone. Thank you so much to our participants, to our panelists. To go on, we have a break and we will be back at 3 o'clock to go on with our next panel. Thank you so much to everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. We are about to get started. Please silence your mobiles, your cellular phones.
Ok, vamos, estamos en 5, 4, 3, 2.
Good afternoon. Right now, we are starting our second panel of the day called Fake News During Elections. We appreciate the participation of Councilor President Norma Irene de la Cruz Magaña, who will participate as a moderator, and we are going to give the floor right now. Good afternoon. It is a huge pleasure to welcome you to this panel. This is the Electoral Democracy Summit. So let's warmly welcome to our panelists. First, José del Tronco. Who is a professor researcher of the Latin American Faculty of Social Sciences, Flaxo. He has a PhD degree on social sciences by the Mexican University. He has a PhD on public policies in Mexico. He's an expert on democracy topics and multi-level governance. Right now, he is the head, together with Edgar Soni, in the Torcuato Di Tella, the second survey expert in Argentina. Let's welcome him. Now, and also we have the presence of Diana Atamal, who is not only the leader of indigenous people of the National Council in Ecuador. We are so happy to have her around. She has a PhD degree on development by the Andina University in Ecuador and a commercial engineering degree by Cuenca in Ecuador. Right now, she is part of the high-level group made up by the Organization of American States that is also part of this convention. And in 2007, she participated in other activities. Welcome, Diana. So nice to have you here. We also have the presence of Ingrid Biku. We are so happy to have you here. She is a researcher, associated researcher by the higher studies of the Pontifical University of Salamanca in Spain, and also other degrees by the Student University. For over 17 years, she has been in charge on international affairs, and also she's been exploring opportunities and challenges of the fast technological advances and breakthroughs. And most of her work is focused on the impact of digital services and on democracy. Welcome. So nice to have you. Today, we are going to have a conversation. The dynamic of this panel, each one of you, each one of the panelists will have 15 minutes in order to have your presentation. And then we will have the chance to have an exchange with questions and answers with the audience. And we are also welcome warmly all those who are following us online and the different ways of broadcast of the National Electoral Institute. So Ingrid, you have the floor now. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's such a pleasure to be here. I still don't know if I should speak in English or in Spanish. What do you say? Spanish? But you have your headphones, right? Just in case you don't understand what I say. Let's try to do it in Spanish. And I am going to start this presentation with a video. And I'd like you to pay attention because there is the possibility to find yourselves in the video. Or those who are online from home, if you are official experts of electoral bodies worldwide. First, I'd like you to watch the video, and then I will go on with my presentation. It is in English, by the way. I don't know if the interpreters will be able to translate the content of that video.
is under attack. A concerning threat looms large in electoral management. Research by and harassment at every stage of the electoral cycle. Harmful conduct and content cast a shadow over the electoral officials.
¿Perdón? Se podría leer, ¿no? ¿Quieren que lo dejemos? Es muy interesante. Tal vez yo pueda.
Interesting video. Maybe we can do it. That sound well. I've worked with international IDEA for almost 5 years now, talking about the information and the dynamic of the information during elections. And this video has been developed after a long research on challenges and attacks on the information environment against electoral bodies, electoral officials, and electoral processes. I'd like to highlight this because I have heard some very, very interesting presentation.
In electoral management, research by international IDEA reveals a surge in elections-related disinformation, aggression, and harassment worldwide. At every stage of the electoral cycle, harmful conduct and content cast a shadow over the processes, institutions, and individuals involved in electoral management. Electoral officials confront an influx of disinformation and various forms of aggression and harassment.
Amplio. Y creo que Alberto lo mencionó, tenemos la tendencia como órganos electorales, porque yo también fui parte de un órgano electoral, tenemos la tendencia de mirar al problema y de tratar de solucionar o encontrar soluciones por todo el tipo de retos que encontramos en este espacio. Desafortunadamente o afortunadamente, los órganos electorales tienen un mandato muy limitado y a veces el mandato de los órganos electorales no tiene que ver con sus intenciones y no se Ustedes entienden lo que quiero decir. Quiero decir que lo que deben de hacer los órganos electorales para asegurar la confianza de la ciudadanía en los resultados de las elecciones no es necesariamente lo que ellos están haciendo. Bueno, creo que sería mejor, si después de este video, creo que será mejor ver un poco la presentación para entender mejor lo que estoy tratando de decir. Lo que hemos hecho como parte de la investigación fue tratar de averiguar si los ataques en contra de las elecciones sí son muchas, sí son difíciles de solucionar, que digamos, perdón, creo que en inglés hubiera sido mejor en este caso. Y la metodología que hemos escogido fue encontrar buscar los casos de desinformación en contra de procesos electorales, de órganos electorales y de oficiales electorales. Porque como estaba diciendo, los retos en el ámbito de la información son muchos, tienen que ver con la campaña electoral también, pero hemos tomado
campaigns, and we have taken the examples of some Nordic countries. I think Norway, Sweden, and they are only looking at the disinformation cases, which objective is to decrease voters' trust during the official electoral processes and electoral bodies with different intentions. And I believe, well, I'm so sorry that you cannot listen to this video. It would have been so interesting to listen to the video. But if you can help me with my presentation, please, because I believe it's easier. Thank you. I think it is going to be easier because I can read my paper. Please, would you help me? I am not going to talk about so much about context because it is quite obvious. And we know that we are very close to 2024. We will have over 80 elections, national elections, and we also know the huge number of users in internet all over the world. And what I was saying is that the information environment around elections is not, it doesn't have plenty of research in order to have a clear understanding of the dynamics and the stakeholders. So I was telling you as well that together with international IDEA, and together with international IDEA, we have started, well, with this over 12 years ago with a huge investigation research project, and we have collected all these disinformation cases in 53 countries all over the world. And also, we have spoken with the electoral experts in 65 countries, I guess, if I am not wrong. And an important part that has so much to do with strategic communication was to analyze the electoral body's activities out of 106 countries. Electoral bodies that are independent from all over the world during 2016 to 2022. Practically, we have analyzed the intensity and the reactions in social media of independent electoral bodies. I don't know what I'm doing here or what's going on. I was also telling you that we have developed certain research, almost 230 officials of different countries, where the respondents, we have different type of attacks talking about disinformation. We've had interviews and also a workshop in Sweden, and we were able to collect in detail the different type of attacks that electoral officials from all over the world suffer, especially when we are very close to elections time. It is very weird that this presentation is going like this, and my apologies. So here are the result of the research. So far we have two reports. One is published, one is about to be published. One is the global analysis of this information, and the other one has to do with those challenges for electoral officials with regards to information. And the third one that helped us so much to understand the dynamic of this activity. For you to know, I am trying to use this pointer in a correct way, but I don't know why this is jumping and moving from one slide to another, because I know that I have limited time. When my time is over, I will stop. I don't know what this is. Maybe you have another pointer?
Women in electoral management face an additional layer of disinformation and attacks based on gender. Stereotypes and misogyny fuel campaigns.
Bueno, tal vez
something that would be so important to know. Well, I don't know what's happening.
Political actors, mainstream and online media.
I am told that you are clicking the wrong button. You click the wrong button. I am not going to insist so much on objectives because we are running out of time. But I'd like to talk about the results better. And the first thing that we analyzed in the disinformation cases since 2016 to 2021, and what we estimated is that in 2024, with almost 25 national elections that we will have all over the world, we believe and we estimate that we will have a huge number talking about disinformation close to elections. When talking about blank narratives, the electoral processes are the ones I mean, the more frequent ones are the disinformation blanks. And our quantitative research revealed that only 15% of electoral officials is that disinformation situation. So we had our interviews and surveys, and the fact that beyond disinformation, the electoral officials all over the world are the target to be attacked and very violent attacked during the information environment. Talking about the communication strategy, close to elections time, but during all the electoral cycle must be taken into account. It is the right moment when most of attacks take place. This is during the electoral campaigns and also during the electoral operations. But the idea is to get to know which ones are those processes that need to be more protected, because processes and the most attacked phases during the voting times happen there. And during the interviews, we focused with the electoral officials, is that there must always be an important decision. For the electoral times, it is that this type of attacks are actually growing. Another interesting thing, and I hope I can have time to present the second part, that has to do with attacks against people. In this case, the ones who initiated we were not able to identify them. But in those profiles, we have noticed that they follow certain ideologies. Those are political ideologies. And also the online communication media have to do in this. I said it is important because taking into account that electoral bodies work in an independent way, they are attacked by political figures and by the state itself. So it is an important challenge to be solved. Talking about the impact, obviously we know now that trust was one of the main objectives of the disinformation strategies against elections. But the reasons and the objectives are different. What it is important to mention here is that in most of the cases, the perception changed before correction, transparency of electoral bodies and officials who are practically giving a guarantee of the electoral process, says they generate mistrust and good results. Many times we have seen electoral violence and some harmful behavior from society in general, and against society and against electoral officials. When talking about these countermeasures, this was one of the least used instruments. And they have strategic communication for this type of cases. What it was really interesting is that there is no coordination, but it is not good, of course. But what we have noticed is that when the Electoral Commission has some gap with no information, then it is creating disinformation. And it is the civilians who are there in order to correct the fake information that was presented. I don't know if I have more time because I have plenty of things to mention. Can I have 2 more minutes, please? May I have 2 more minutes? Thank you. Because I wasted much time at the very beginning. It is important to insist on this. We're talking about challenges for electoral officials because I understand that we have a group of electoral officials, and it is very important for you to know what type of attacks you can find. I don't know if it was the case of being attacked on the information environment, but this has happened to many of you. These images were included in the video. Here we have some electoral officials, some cases there who were attacked all over the world in a very hard way. It is very hard to explain right now and letting you know the type of attacks that they went through. But we have seen attacks to officials that had to be separated from their families. Even they sent their children out of their countries. We say that most of them say that yes, they were victims of disinformation. Let me see if I can talk about this, and I would be very happy because as I was saying, if we compare this quantitative research in this case, after the interviews with electoral officials, we were able to identify how the political stakeholders, unfortunately, the national political stakeholders, well, it is hard to say if there was some time of foreign intervention or participation in all this, because we haven't been able to go beyond what we have learned so far online. The fact that the political stakeholders are the authors of those attacks against electoral officials in the information environment, and in many cases, they have coordination with offline media. There have been also cases where some organizations of the state, they have very well organized groups against electoral processes, and it was of very high concern. I believe that I am going to skip or to talk about these slides really quick because I think this is not working anymore. Or I think it is not working. I was telling you at the very beginning of my presentation that people have lots to do with trust. But the objective is for them is to decrease that trust, to diminish that trust. But the idea is to maintain political control, to generate disorder against the political situation, but all this also has to do with certain ideologies. And this has to do with gender, and that is very important nowadays. If it is not working anymore, I better stop here. My apologies. I'm so sorry. I really appreciate the fact that you are paying attention to me. I hope that you were able to understand my message. But I also want to say that if you have been victims of disinformation or violence attacks due to gender in the information environment, let me know about it. Send me a text, because we are developing something and we are trying to collect and to document more cases. How can I say that? Trying to help and trying to take the necessary measurements in order to protect electoral officials in the information environment, mainly because some elections are coming. Thank you so much.
Ingrid, thank you very much. You are talking about how important it is to gather data and to document. You presented a 2018 to 2021 chart, not only focusing on a point in history and how we are using more technology and how this has a negative effect on electoral processes. And we have to focus on the damage. We have to focus on political attempts, political violence, which is really funny because that is violence to which electoral authorities are exposed to while organizing elections. And this type of methodologies that give us hard data, allowing us to document, gives us a global perspective that will be of support in designing strategies to address the issue. This affects all electoral authorities throughout the world, and being able to share experiences will help us design better strategies, always maintaining the perspective throughout the electoral cycle and remembering the two great moments, the campaign during when all voting, when attacks happen not only against the processes but authorities increasingly, and can affect the credibility of the process. And talking about them is very important. Now I will give the floor to Jose del Tronco, who will share his thoughts with us. You have 15 minutes, Jose. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. And I want to thank the organizers for their invitation. I want to thank IME. It is a pleasure to be here with you. Today, I will share with you a few thoughts about how the different misinformation mechanisms nowadays can affect the democratic representation, particularly the whole process prior to the elections. I would like to begin by and this is not working. Thank you. I hope someone up there is helping me. So let me begin by quoting someone I not only admire, but whose thoughts are, in my opinion, very accurate and provoking. Adam Pravorsky says votes are paper stones. It has two meanings. First, that thanks to elections, we have been able to solve the political conflict peacefully. We have transformed violence as a mechanism for conflict resolution into elections. And on the other hand, I also like it because this is a free interpretation. Paper stones are not empty. They have a message inside. And messages are things the citizens want to give authorities on election day. The electoral process, elections, have to ensure that messages arrive at their destination without distortion or with as low a level of distortion as possible. When talking about fake news and misinformation, it is interesting to see that they usually introduce high levels of distortion between the messages citizens are sending the political system on election day in different ways, before elections and after elections. And I am here to share with you my view of the process. What could the main misinformation agents may be, and to think a little bit about a possible antidotes. I know this is a strong word, but what strategies could we develop to try to prevent the issues I was talking about? Votes are messages, and well, there are three types of messages or three ways for messages to reach the political power. First, we should try to prevent distortion. One, in preparing the political offer. As much as possible, the political offer should be representative of social, political, ideological diversity of a community. Secondly, competition should be free and on a level playing field, and we should try to prevent misinformation mechanisms from interfering with competition. And number three, we should try to prevent distortion of misinformation mechanisms during electoral procedures. That is to ensure electoral procedures are wholesome and to do as much as we can to prevent messages to be distorted and then turning into seats at the representatives' chambers. You know that there are many books and many articles on elections, political representation, public policies in the era of misinformation. We have to begin to change this and use topics talking about the age of misinformation, which is what we are living. But how can we prevent distortion of political messages in those stone papers during this era of misinformation? Well, first, misinformation mechanisms try to delegitimize and weaken messages or candidates that oppose our interests, and therefore directly affect the representativity of the political offer. And this happens before the elections, but with specific powerful effects on the results of elections. And therefore, combating this mechanism focuses on maintaining the equitable and fair nature of elections. Ingrid was just presenting us a very large and comprehensive set of misinformation mechanisms. But before the elections, she identified four that have an important or could have a significant effect on elections results. Number one, publicizing results of surveys that, methodologically speaking, are invalid. They don't have technical notes or are just prepared or focused on a certain group or published with the intent of modifying the view of electors, promoting an image of reality that is completely distorted. Number two, fake news that spread further through the social media by sympathizers of one candidate or the other in order to weaken, to affect, to offend rivals. Three, and this is very common in the media, and is framing certain news in a biased manner in order to create a perception that differs from the perception we would develop if we had access to a verified reality. Walter Lippmann said that during 95% of our lives, we access things that affect us in a secondary manner. That is, that we don't have direct access through our senses to facts that affect us. Usually, there is a mediating agent or body that until a short time ago used to be exclusively the media. Now it's no longer just the media, but it includes social media in a more important way, and we're creating ideas and building perceptions of the things that affect us through the framing from other agents and not through our own perception or through a direct access to that reality. And finally, political leaders' discourse that frame, hide, relativize, or manage information in a way that is supporting their views, but go many times against what can be seen through evidence. And I'm going to share a few examples of misinformation mechanisms. That is Harry Truman, former president of the USA, that day or the night after elections, showing the Chicago Daily Tribune that had forecasted that his rival Dewey would defeat him on election day. This was 1949. Truman showed the world that the Chicago Daily Tribune forecasts had been wrong. It means that what we are talking about is nothing new. It's not something that just has been happening the last years. This is another fake news. October 2016, a few days after the election, they said that they had found in Ohio Well, you know that in the United States, you have the steel-belt states. Those states change electoral preferences usually, and candidates usually want to win those states because in very tight elections, they can have the swing vote. So even though Trump had won the election, a few days after elections, information started spreading, saying that in Ohio, they had found packages with votes for about 6.1 million electors who or votes that had been used to help Clinton win elections. That means all these packages contain votes for Clinton. And there's a quote from BBC World. At the end, it was demonstrated that was not the truth. But when you start thinking back about the strategies used by Trump, even after the 2020 elections he lost against Biden, this could have had his strategy if losing the election in 2016. They had everything ready to call fraud. It didn't work because at the end of the day, he won the election. Intentionally biased frames. 2016 or 17, if I'm correct. La Razón, the newspaper La Razón, published this the day after the group appointed for the Ayotzinapa investigation, the GIEI, had decided to leave Mexico after rendering a report and had decided to leave the country because they considered their findings have not helped move forward with the investigation and law enforcement. And they framed the news by saying that each page of the GIEI report had a cost of 70,000 pesos to Mexican to, in a way, delegitimize the group. They like saying, this is how much they cost, and this got nothing, and now they are leaving. And this is one last example. This is some more specific framing from the former Great Britain Prime Minister David Cameron regarding some riots in 2011 in the area surrounding London with damages, causing damages to private property and personal injuries and personal damages. So during his speech, Cameron said, this is not about poverty, it is about culture. Basically, he refers to the fact that people rioting outside London were mostly immigrants who had not been able to integrate into the values and logics of the British society. This is interesting because the Newsweek note also includes data contradicting or allowing you to give a different interpretation to Cameron's words. And it said that participants in the London riots had been basically young people under 25, male, unemployed, 2 out of 3, living in low-income urban areas. When you read this information, you can then interpret that this may be they're also related to poverty and social integration. But however, David Cameron wanted to tell the British population that the riots were weird people who had been in the country for a short time. There's nothing we can do to solve their issues, so it may be better to deport them back to their countries. And just to finish, I believe that you could start asking yourself about the most serious misinformation mechanisms, those that can affect the most competition, equality, representation, and elections in general. But I don't know if that is the right question. I'd rather ask to you, who are the main information or agents, the most dangerous ones, the ones that can do the most damage? Because that's what it is all about, to identify the agents of misinformation. And then I propose you the following hypothesis. The most dangerous misinformation agents are those with the highest capacity of distorting reality. And for me, the key concept in this era of social media is viralization. Misinformation agents, the most dangerous ones, have the greatest capacity of viralizing messages. And I can identify at least two conditions associated to this viralization capacity. Number one, popularity. A very popular agent has a higher capability of viralizing and therefore can potentially be a more dangerous misinformation agent. And number two, economic power. Through your economic power, you can use many tools, many mechanisms, many means to viralize fake information. Is it possible to immunize elections against this flagellum? Well, two news, a good and a bad one. The good news, we have never been better armed technologically and scientifically speaking to identify and inform about fake news. Bad news, we live in a time where polarization has become a pretty paradigmatic condition of our political sociability, and it is therefore really difficult to combat trivialization of public debate. And what do I mean by that? It means that we no longer debate around ideas, but we basically believe that our adversaries are putting our own survival as political agents at risk. And therefore, rather than debating, rather than discussing, rather than finding ideological alternatives to issue, we basically act like tribes, which is going back to solving political conflicts using violence, in this case, verbal violence rather than physical, but verbal violence can then be translated into another class of violence, or the Tversky's paper stones could become stones made of other materials. And finally, I want to present you with a dream, which is a dream of impartiality. Impartiality as a criterion to detect truthful information. We should not only care about identifying, preventing, and punishing fake information, but giving light on truthful information, which is a different but complementary way of preventing this or avoiding distortion. This is my last slide. This is a book, El Olvido que Seremos, or a book by Héctor Abad Faciolince in honor of his father. He was a Colombian man working in public health at a time when public health was very weak in Colombia. He had a lot of enemies fighting and promoting public health values. Unfortunately, Héctor Abad's father was murdered in 1988 when he was running for mayor of the city of Medellin. And he has, and I would like to quote this: he who is accused of wealth and the wealth accused of gambling is probably right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It was interesting to hear about all these challenges, but I like your optimism because we start hearing about misinformation and the discourses and denial and fake news and how this is being very effective. And you're right, you're right. But at the same time, we are better equipped. These forums like this one help us because we acknowledge and identify, and we start building a culture of security, not only digital security. And sometimes, as you say, we forget Do I verify that what I am reading is true? Because suddenly you start mistrusting and you start thinking about checking your sources of information. And we have to remember that we ourselves can be an important element. And what we say, what we share, what we repeat has an impact. We can influence the process, and as institutions, more. So let's continue, let's move on, and now let's give the word to electoral authorities with Diana Tamain from Ecuador. Thank you very much and good afternoon. Greetings to those of you who are here today, and I want to thank you for the invitation. I'm going to divide my presentation into first, I want to share with you what Ecuador has been going through regarding fake news. After 6 electoral processes only this year, 2023, we've been having elections pretty much every day, as you can see. And I'm going to talk about a second time, because rather than answers, I will give you more concerns so you can help us state strategies so that we can maybe not solve, but strategies that can help us to placate and sustain to a certain point the avalanche of misinformation and intervention of artificial intelligence, fake news, etc. As I told you, we've had 6 electoral processes in Ecuador where the dynamics and the presence of fake news and misinformation have been present, more present in the last 2 years than 5 years ago when this administration began. And in here, I have a few questions. I was telling you about 6 electoral processes this year. Ecuador, fake news and misinformation are not, through artificial intelligence, are not so present yet, which gives us a little margin to breathe now that we are going to the next electoral process for presidential and legislative elections. But while AI has not been so present now, things are even more dangerous because we have real people, real agents, rather than AI, and even the media are misinformed. They are not giving the truth, and they are taking political positions in favor of a candidate or diminishing trust in the electoral authorities. But there's another element yet in Ecuador. Some media and not anonymous actors in social media, but let me tell you the real life in our countries, because even electoral authorities of the same electoral body are saying that things are not being done properly and putting every decision forward but out of context. In those circumstances, Ecuador, in Ecuador, the situation has been exacerbated in the last 3 or 5, no, not even 5, 3 years. Insecurity has exacerbated, also political polarization, crime, organized crime, unemployment, social conflicts have exacerbated in the last 3 years, and we consider that fake news and misinformation could become the spark to inflame the situation in Ecuador, especially now that we are having anticipated, when we have anticipated elections, and unfortunately a presidential candidate was assassinated, something that had never happened in Ecuador. So we were all under the feeling that a single spark could set the whole country aflame, and we had to really be creative, ingenious to give the citizens the security that they could go to vote under safe conditions, and that the fear of insecurity should not increase absenteeism and decrease participation because that cannot give legitimacy to an authority elected as a president or elected to the National Assembly or the Parliament. So the strategies we thought about using at that time included, for example, and as we have heard, we receive support from academia, civil society, the electoral authority within its communication strategies, and the media committed to democracy, not electoral authorities or political parties, even though they have their own affinity, but we are talking about actors that can help us support efficient, transparent elections, well aware of what could have happened in the event of social commotion or something similar. So what worked for us momentarily was that in Ecuador, we have a civil society organization, Ecuador Chequea, or also that is made up of academia, journalists, university professors, and politicians that verify whether news are fake or not and can, at a certain point, counteract something that they identify aside from the electoral authority and report this to citizens in a timely manner. However, this takes time. And while fake news and disinformation are moving at the speed of light, it helped us maintain or control situations that could lead to the destabilization of the electoral process. But there's another thing. Most disinformation or fake news are spread during election day and during the campaign, but we must also remember that as electoral bodies and electoral authorities, we must maintain a permanent work of educating citizens at universities, at schools, to let them know how transparency is guaranteed and how electoral processes happen. So you don't have just a few little capsules of information about the electoral process. We are talking about ongoing education, ongoing electoral literacy. I believe that it is essential to permanently work on this side, but we'll talk about the other side of the issue now. While in Ecuador, the electoral authority is a function of the government with administrative and financial autonomy, when budgets are presented for elections, it is the executive and the ministry that allocates the budget, and they are free to make the necessary budgetary cuts. And hopefully all authorities receive these courses, because paradoxically the highest budget cuts are in communication, saying, no, you don't need that communication. No, those resources are misused, and they have a bunch of excuses. So they only let us know what will be done, what will the elections will be about, and so on. And here we come with something else that is very important. It is important to train all actors. This is a matter of the state and the different actors all have to work together to defend the electoral work and process, knowing how it is done. Secondly, the electoral authority and institutions in charge of electoral processes should have sufficient resources to counteract with technology, with professionals who know the topic, and with good communication strategies this issue. Without the resources, any effort made will not have the expected results.
In addition, we consider that with all these experiences, it is important as well, this also happens, it is important to say it, that each country's reality, each democracy goes through the political culture of each country. It also goes through the legislation that they may have and the political will of all the stakeholders in the election process. And I'm saying this because if it is true that as a territory, Ecuador is a small country, we can say that we have strong political forces, but as a strategy, when we noticed, when we identified where these fake news were coming from, or they were, how they were wanting to debunk the authorities, so those experts that we couldn't hire with our own budget was there. So my appreciation for those who supported us during this 5-year process. It was very important to go to our territory and to see how the local media in different provinces and the political stakeholders of those territories accepted that training in order to be able to be more sensitive. And this was a step by step during elections. That was the campaign name. And how the way this is saved in order to render trust to citizens and to everyone. So we obtained very good results. We didn't expect that impact because plenty of people consumed that information that was posted in social media. And when they got the results, we knew that this must be permanently done for media without having that bad intention of misinform. They would give that help to any political stakeholder. Back then, we also thought about something, and it is not solved yet. We think it has to go through legislation. Legislation issues. This is those companies that are carrying out surveys. We had a very sui generis situation because this interviewer gave all the results wrong. And when all those candidates that lost accepted and assumed those results and everything was okay, but the owner of this survey, of this company who was in charge of the survey, they noticed that the information, the results were not okay. Maybe it was due to this freedom of speech. And then we noticed that all the electoral authorities, they noticed these electoral authorities that it was not okay because all the data was in a wrong way. So the thing is that they are not including all this credit to the right authorities. And then there were some denounces to the legal authorities for other authorities outside the electoral authorities confirmed that that fraud didn't exist. But this took so long, and now an electoral process is taking place. And now we have to look at the way the legislation can actually limit or give that openness without limiting the freedom of speech for those companies that carry out the surveys that in a not responsible way spread this information out. In addition, this topic of media and journalists, I'm not saying this by myself, we already learned that this information was in the research, and this is not following the law, or knowing that things are not like that. They insist on something that electoral authorities didn't follow the law and didn't follow the regulations. Then this is affecting voters. In the traditional media, this happened. Now, in social media, like Twitter, now X, for example, we don't know if it is good luck or bad luck because the one who reaches the discount is a minimum, mainly in Facebook, but mainly in WhatsApp. This is a good chain for disinformation, and they have an impact on the awareness and in the imagination of authorities. I have 2 minutes left. So following this scenario, what really happens is that in each country, we must identify what works best and to find out our weakest points. And for this, we actually need for stakeholders, political organizations, candidates, the civil society, the organized civil society, and I put my faith to the academy as well as universities, so their participation during the electoral processes, as well in the work of education and in different schools and universities, is important because, as we have said, to organize elections is not only the electoral authority responsibility. This is state matter because the state is given the budget. This is a matter of civil society, organized civil society matter from the academy and, of course, from the political organizations and leaders. And even though we have this information during campaign, they try to damage the contenders. They end up affecting the solidity of our democracies. So it is everybody's work. And I believe that the work that we have to carry out for to tackle this information to avoid affecting democracy is always giving us some tasks to carry out. With experts who can tell us how to make it work in every society, we have taken important steps ahead. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Very interesting when you are sharing those real exercises, because it is not the same when we listen to the news and we're watching the news versus developing all these strategies, because it requires across work with following strategies with civilians, international participation, and the academy, because only the way this integral participation and the idea of having these strategic alliances together with media, not only at a national level, but at international level, this is going to allow you to give the message to more people. So we're having some questions. This is for every panelist, and the panelists will let us know who would like to answer. The first question is, can we confirm that fake news are part of the campaign strategies? That is one question. And another one is if paid surveys in order to get results by default are fake news. Who would like to answer? Yes, Ingrid, please. Yes, fake news and other type of contents are like that. But I was not only talking about disinformation or fake news and half truth, half false, but other type of behaviors and content with regards regarding the electoral official who have the power to affect the image of the organization. So yes, this is part of the electoral campaigns. We have seen that the main stakeholders who are developing campaigns against electoral bodies and electoral officials and electoral processes many times are political stakeholders or affiliates. So it is part of the electoral campaign, but it is also part of the freedom of speech that we have learned somewhere else. So the idea is to solve this, and this is a very hard topic to deal with. But it is not so hard when we talk about the electoral campaigns financing, because then we can have an intervention in order not to affect others, and this can have a different impact when we are dealing with this type of content. In some countries, this is financed by the state itself. So the state are financing the stakeholders and the electoral contenders. So here we are dealing with the disinformation campaigns. And even the electoral body itself is being part of this, of course. Yes, please. I believe that with the example that I already mentioned, the answer is already there. But not only that, but in the Ecuador case, those who know closer than any other common citizen or voter, is not a candidate, because when you're a candidate, you know the electoral processes better. Those who call themselves electoral experts and they were electoral authorities and they have an open window with media, obviously they have this disinformation, and that what they communicate is fake news. And these are the real life cases that we've had the chance to experience. Electoral experts, the so-called electoral experts, or the ones who manage information, but they take for granted that they have their own truth in order to tackle the authority. And they are not noticing that they are just tackling this, but this is giving also this discredit to authorities and debunking. I do agree with this in both cases. We are before the fake news situation. I was talking about examples for one of the disinformation mechanisms that I already mentioned, and that had to do with the publication of data according to our surveys. And I was also talking to you about the example of one book in order to generate controversies. And I also had the example of a governor in the southern part of Mexico talking about an anecdote in that book. He got a visit for these people that are carrying out a survey in order to find out what was going to happen during the elections. And they were telling to the governor that they had certain information saying that that governor was the top, was the leader by 5 points, was the leader of in the survey. And this person said that they didn't hire this company, and at the end, this company was hired by one of the two contenders in the elections. And sometime later, this company said that this person was at the top. So this is to say, 1 week later, the electoral trends changed. And I believe that this is very common to happen, because this is showing something. Well, it is doubt. We are having doubts of the work of these companies, if they can predict or to identify the electoral trends. I believe that we are increasingly noticing that what people include during the surveys is not translated the way they did it in the election day. So this is something that I've been thinking for so long time now with my colleagues. I have talked about this new trend of political parties. This is to elect their own candidate due to surveys. When there's electoral problems, we can see that these surveys are not an efficient mechanism anymore to predict the electoral results. It turns out that now these electoral parties are using this as a mechanism to decide who the candidates will be. And I think this is a paradox. Thank you so much. Are there any further questions from the audience? No. Okay. So no further questions. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, each one of you, Ingrid. It is a pleasure, and we are finishing our panel. This is the disinformation electoral processes. Thank you for the attendees and the ones online. Thank you.
Gracias a quienes participaron.
To those who participated in this panel, this is the closure of the end of the day of the electoral summit, and tomorrow we're going to have electoral integration before this information. Have an excellent evening.